Here we
Good
are.
morning. Welcome. We
Good
just been backstage talking.
good morning, Idaho.
Right? Good morning. Good morning, the rest of the 49 states. No, I'm joking.
I think I went
And
through them yesterday
overseas.
morning. I just
Huh?
started calling out. I think yesterday I did go through the state.
Oh, gosh. Oh, man. I did go back and watch everything, right? And I think I messed up on cutting the videos into shorter or smaller, so that people don't have to watch the entire live stream. And or the breaks, all the damn sidebars, right? And I did that guy, I don't even know if I messed up, so let me know. That guy, the Werther guy, didn't they let him off the stand? Did he ever come back yesterday afternoon? Because if he did, I did mess up. Because I didn't add it to the end if I did. If that's Ariel or something, Ariel. I like it. I was like, oh my God. The
He had a girl's name, didn't he? Uh,
Ariel. Hello.
um,
Yeah, I don't remember. Yeah, he
I
did?
don't know.
Okay,
I
so I
just
messed up. So, Imma have to I'll have to finagle that.
it was the guy with the maps. Is that who
Yep.
you're talking about? Oh my God,
Mhm.
that was so confusing anyway. And I'm
Really?
sure it was to me because he kept stopping and starting. I'm sure
Mm,
it was very impressive, when he put it together and it was on a
yeah.
proper computer that would run it.
Hey, that's just I'm used to that, right? I'm like, "Yeah,
I
technology
see that
problem."
Trace has already told everybody that my computer I had a leak this morning. It was storming last night, and I
Godstorm.
was and I was looking at the computer and I saw this little tiny drip, and it was like right between me and was like on my computer and my keyboard. And I was like,
No.
what? And so I started moving stuff. And then I thought, well, I better move everything because the ceiling may
Yeah.
fall out over there. So I've moved everything around and I've got somebody called. So
Good, good, because I could just see I could make a meme right now or something of you just sitting there,
of all
with
the
your
stuff
hair like
falling out.
that, all shocked, electrocuted. Nobody wants to be
I don't
electrocuted.
think I'll get electrocuted, but I may get mashed by some sheetrock.
Oh, no. Oh, and please, if so, don't let you get hurt, and please let it be on camera. I'm just picking.
Oh yeah, that's true. We might
I'm
as
just
well
saying.
go viral for something.
That and you need proof, I'm just saying. Oh my goodness. So
Uh,
what else happened? There's too many things to process, so I'm still stuck on, like, Melanie Gibb, Ugh.
and how Pryor is really going to make a liar out of those girls when he calls them back and says the seven gatherers or whatever the hell it was. I'm not sure whether it was anything more than their
It
email address.
is. I know exactly what it oh, I mean, that I don't really know beyond that, but it was in the FOIA request. I'm about to pull it up right now. You just reminded me.
Okay.
So
Nate, I did see part of Nate's thing last night, and he was saying that after the trial is over, that if anybody has the money, they can pay for to get all the evidence and stuff.
yeah,
And
I
and
freaked
he
out.
yeah, I didn't know that really, but also he reminded of the YouTuber who
Sad
posted
girl
that. Yes,
of
and what a nobody
Gavin.
would want to do that. I don't think they should
There's people
release
that will
things
do
like
it.
that.
They will do it. It's money, it's tragedy pimps, they will do it, and they won't then they'll be like, "Oh, I'm sorry." They'll apologize afterwards, "I didn't know."
On their
And I
way,
mean,
they'll
all she I mean,
apologize on their way to the bank.
legitimately, she put it behind Patreon. So, I mean, really, a lot of creators need to check themselves. That's all I'm saying.
Well, that's the
'Cause
thing
they act
about it.
like they don't put stuff behind
We have
Patreon.
members, and I appreciate them so much,
Me too.
and
I
we
wish I
need
could
to
do
have.
more.
Well, all I know is that we could do a members' lives and stuff, but anything that's important for people to know, I want everybody to know it.
Me
I
too.
appreciate your support, members. You
Me
make that
too.
able for us to be able
It's
to
like,
tell
yeah,
everybody.
I don't know how to divide it. I'm just like, well, all right. It feels wrong, you know.
And I just, like, for instance, I listened to some of that stuff with Lauren, like interviewing Julie Rose's friend. I can't believe they were sending her so much money.
Oh, I know. Woo. It's crazy. I mean, I'm not dogging anybody. I'm just like, God, wow.
If you got the money to do it and you
I
want to give
guess.
your friend some money to start a nonprofit, but undoubtedly they were giving her money to build her house.
Yeah, her soul trafficking.
Because she's like putting money in an account for the end of times and the new world. And if it never comes, that's your money.
Yep. I want it now. Just kidding. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm having to look. I'm having to
I'm going to
upload
make
it
sure that we're not
live.
or stuck or something. And I'm sitting here yakking.
Oh, I don't want to be stuck. No mo. Okay, come on, come on. Okay. Satan tacos, all right.
They're tasty.
They are. They really are.
Just
My goodness, how far back is it? Okay, ran across it. I always run across stuff when I'm doing something else, you know, and then I'm like, oh, I need that. Now I'm like, what'd I do with it?
Did anybody else have a storm last night? And
not, it's a God storm.
well,
you have to specify. No, you don't.
It's plenty. My neighbor's yard, she mowed her grass yesterday and it's beautiful. It looks so pretty, freshly mowed and rained on.
Jason mowed not last night. I say last night. He mowed right before dusk, and I mean, it's Larry's lawnmower and it has headlights on it. But I was like, dude, I mean, it was tall, you know. It just never stopped raining. It was
our grass is, I don't really have grass. I have like weeds,
you know,
and we
turf.
keep it all clipped. Yeah. And but mainly it's clover, and it looks pretty good, but when it starts blooming, it looks like you need to mow your grass.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and the patches everywhere.
Yeah, so I got clover and moss. It's what in my yard is.
Right? Okay, come on now. All right, I'm just not gonna stop. I'm gonna. Oh my God, I can't talk yet again. All right, I'm just gonna be quiet.
I think that Julie Rowe is having some issues right now because I saw a video that some people posted.
Oh,
and
I have it right here. You want to watch it? I have it keyed up. I mean, if you want to, but y'all,
but it's almost time. Look here, Fancy Nancy says, "Oh, she says, keeps this for your daughter's graduation from Danny and I." Okay.
What? Oh, I'm not on
Fancy
there.
Nancy. Fancy Nancy. She's sending $19 to.
Oh, my baby.
Ashlyn.
She's gonna be here in about an hour. Her and Jason are gonna go do something, and then she's going to Florida for the weekend. I'm like, oh my God, never leave your drink alone. Da, da, da. You know, I'm like giving her.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
No, my cousin's gonna be there. He's a little older than me, so, and his 2 daughters. So, but still, I mean, I'm just like, oh my God.
I know.
Yeah. So here we go. You know. All right, come on now. Where the hell did it go? I'll find it next.
So, 2007 whistleblower says who is on the witness list. Well, I'm not sure who's going to be next, but I know we're down to be getting down to it, though. I mean, we've got to have the DNA person. And the person yesterday talked about the hairs, but they didn't like,
they just gave us a lesson, basically. Like Wikipedia or something.
Well, I'm guessing that maybe the people on the jury might need that, you know. I don't know whether they do or not, but I'm guessing that's why they do it.
This sucks.
Anyway, and today we're going to get out early.
Yeah.
So it's 2:00, 1:00 our time, or is it?
It's 3. Okay, if it's 2:00 Mountain, then Central it's 3. 4:00 Eastern. So it's
Okay.
1:00 Pacific.
That's way too much. I have way too
I've
much
had to
math to
learn
know
it.
what time it is.
I had to learn it, but I've messed up plenty of times going, wait, I scheduled it wrong or whatever for whatever reason.
Yeah, I
don't
don't think I would do good as a person who had to make schedules and travel across the country.
Right.
Lamecia says, these things are flying by. That's good.
But it's like I'm kind of sad for the app. Like, then what? You know what I mean? Like I'm doing that kind of thing. Like then what?
Well, yes, yeah, I know. Well, that's the absolute nature of the beast
Real.
of something like this.
Yeah, I mean
Is
it's
that
been going for so long, and I'm just like,
what am I supposed to do now?
yeah. What do I do? What? I don't have a plan. It's just winging it the whole time. So it's a little scary. I'm not lying. Okay,
Well,
is this it?
when it's finally adjudicated, probably at some point you'll want to go back through and try to understand it because it's like you said, it's like a dump every day
It
of
is. I mean, I'm gonna have
information.
to process this while they're doing day. There's gonna be a damn 48 hours the day of. I mean, that's how it was with Lori, and I was just like, oh my God. Like
I don't even say
can't
I
even
don't
get this
see how they come
process
up with that stuff that fast. I really don't. But
because
it's
they're
a
already
team
putting
of
it
people.
together. I
It's a
think.
team of people. Well, yeah,
Yeah.
they've been working on it since Nate was down there in Hawaii chasing them.
Hmm. Yeah, they already got their story, plotted out, and all they're gonna do is just fill it in. And they have people that are paid to do that. That's what they do for a living. So,
And some of the details may not be right. Probably won't be right.
and it's okay because nobody knows all the details because it's so damn massive. It really
It's
sucks.
voluminous. It's voluminous.
It is voluminous, my friend.
Okay, what the
Oh, I
hell are
think I
they
found
doing
it.
over there?
I
Because
did. I
they're
found it.
supposed to be starting at
Yeah.
8:30, and it's uh
Mm.
well past that. So they must be having one of their little sidebar meetings this morning. Okay,
Mm.
I'll pull
I'm
mine
going to
down.
check. I'm going to type in and just see, YouTube.
Make sure
Yeah.
I haven't lost them.
Yeah.
No, they've been
Nope.
for 48 minutes, and
Well, I need to come on with it.
I know we're
Come
having a
with it
good
now.
time, but
Right.
Jax Gustafson said they're never on time.
Neither
They
am I.
aren't.
So I can't really bitch at them too much. But I depend on those people to be on time. No.
Yeah, well, I don't like tell people I'm going to be. I usually, if I have appointment,
Yeah.
I beat 15 minutes late.
I'm not even gonna say nothing because I'm always late.
Well, I know it. I shouldn't be either. I'm like projecting right now.
No, you're putting it out there so you can
Look, and two,
attract
I
it.
live an hour away from everything. So that
Mhm.
whenever I go to my girlfriend, that I go and have cocktails with sometimes, she lives like one place, and if either one of us have any kind of traffic event or anything, it's going to, you
All
got to.
rise.
Oh
Get the
shit.
court sound session. Will Stevens have your voice to presiding? Thank you. Please be seated. All right. Good morning, everyone. Let's go ahead and have our jurors brought in, please.
All right, please. Here's our President Counter for your honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, good morning, everyone. We're on the record now on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We're continuing with evidence with the state's case in chief. Court will note the jurors are all present, properly seated and accounted for, and the court has received the signed juror affirmations of all of our jurors. So thank you again for continuing to follow the court's instructions. At this time, then, I understand the state will be calling another witness, and who is going to be examining the witness, and who will the witness be?
I will, Your Honor, and the state calls Katie Dace.
Very well, you may call your witness.
I solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Okay.
And this is fresh water.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Before we inquire, I'll just ask, have you been watching any of the trial testimony since this case began?
I have not.
Okay, have you talked to anyone else about testimony they've given in trial?
No.
All right, thanks for answering those questions. Mr. Wood, if you'd like to inquire on direct, you may.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you state your name and spell it for the record, please?
My name is Catherine Dace, Katherine Dace.
Ms. Dace, what is your occupation or profession?
I am a forensic biologist and supervisor with the Idaho State Police Forensic Services in Meridian, Idaho.
So is that a lab?
It is.
Do you know if that lab is accredited?
Yes, we are accredited by the American Association for Laboratory Accreditation. Additionally, the biology section is accredited to the FBI quality assurance standards.
And how long have you been employed by the Idaho State Police Forensics Lab?
Since 2016.
Is that the first forensics lab you've worked at?
No.
What other labs have you worked at?
I began my career in 2008 with the Denver Police Department as a forensic biologist. I worked there until 2012, at which point I went to work for a military contractor performing DNA testing overseas for approximately 1 year. After that, I went to the Texas Department of Public Safety in Austin, Texas for approximately 2 years before coming to Idaho.
And would you describe for the jury your educational background?
I have a bachelor's of science degree in forensic biology from West Virginia University.
And did your formal education include the study of DNA?
It did.
Did that education include hands-on work with DNA testing techniques?
Yes, at each one of my employers, I completed a formal training program encompassing the duties that I would perform. These included things like scientific literature reviews, practice samples, practice cases, oral and written exams, competency cases, and supervised casework.
And are you certified by any boards?
Yes, I am certified by the American Board of Criminalistics in molecular biology.
And what are your duties and responsibilities at the Idaho State Forensics Lab?
I examine items of evidence for the presence of biological fluids and material and attempt to generate DNA profiles from those items. I will then compare DNA profiles I obtain to known reference samples in the case And as a supervisor, I handle case management and personnel matters.
Ms. Dace, did you receive evidence in the case of the state versus Chad Daybell?
I did.
And is that evidence identified in your lab by the number M2020-2233?
It is.
In general, what evidence did you receive into your lab in this case?
I received autopsy samples from JJ Vallow, including oral swabs, rectal swabs, penile swabs, hand swabs, and nail swabs. We received tape from around his hands, ankles, mouth, tape and plastic from around his head, and tape and plastic that the body was wrapped in. I received 2 swabs from an apartment in Rexburg, Idaho. I received tools and a necklace from the Daybell property. And I received known reference samples in this case for JJ Vallow, Tylee Ryan, Lori Vallow, Chad Daybell, Melanie Gibb, Richard Mao, and Dennis Trahan.
And did other individuals in your lab also perform work on this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 421. This is an Idaho State Lab report by Riley Nolan. I believe it comes in by way of stipulation.
It's by stipulation, Judge.
Very well. Exhibit 421, having been offered without objection, is admitted.
Ms. Dace, can you just quickly review the first couple pages of that? And what is that?
This is a DNA report written by our laboratory,
Right. And who wrote that specific report?
Riley Nowlin.
And are you familiar with Riley?
Yes, she is my supervisor and our laboratory manager.
Right. And do you know what the purpose of that report was?
This was parentage comparisons between samples from presumed to be JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan and Lori Vallow and JJ's father, Dennis Trahan.
And Your Honor, may I publish that for the jury?
Yes, you may.
I almost called you Ms. Nowlin. Ms. Dace, can you explain to the jury the evidence description, the items that were being tested in this specific report?
There are molars presumed to be from Tylee Ryan. There's a reference sample from Lori Vallow, a reference sample from Dennis Trahan, and we previously obtained a DNA profile from a tooth presumed to be from JJ Vallow.
Can you just read into the record the conclusions and interpretations of that report?
Yes. So based upon evaluation of the DNA profiles obtained from item 23 and 25, Lori Vallow cannot be excluded as being the biological mother of the deceased individual said to be Tylee Ryan. The single parentage index for the loci examined is 2,528,000,000. At least 99.9999, there's 4 nines, of the female population would be expected to be excluded from the possibility of being the biological mother of Tylee Ryan.
So that's not language that most of us usually use, right? Can you explain to the jury what that conclusion and interpretation means?
So you get half of your DNA from your mother and half from your father. And so at every location, you are expected to share DNA from your parent to your child. And so this looks at the DNA between the presumed child and the parent and compares whether or not that person could be the parent of that individual. In this case, Lori Vallow is included as being the mother of the remains of Tylee Ryan.
And then if you could read the next paragraph and I'll turn the page.
The DNA profile obtained from item 32 is consistent with the profile previously obtained from item 21, an additional reference sample from Dennis Trahan.
And if you could read that top.
Based upon the evaluation of the DNA profile obtained from item 32, as well as the profile previously obtained from item 16.1, Dennis Trahan cannot be excluded as being the biological father of the deceased individual said to be Joshua J. Vallow. The single parentage index for the loci examined is 5,602,000. At least 99.9999 of the male population would be expected to be excluded from the possibility of being the biological father of Joshua J. Vallow.
And again, because that's not language most of us use, can you just briefly explain what that said for the jury?
It said that Dennis Trahan cannot be excluded as being the father of those remains. So he is included as being the biological father.
Thank you. So Ms. Dace, we had, before we went over that lab report, talked about some of the items you received in this case. Did you mention receiving bags?
Yes.
Let's talk about those. What kind of bags were they? What did they look like?
It was a white plastic, appeared to be a grocery bag from around the head, and there was tape on it. And then there were several black, what looked like black trash bags that were wrapped in tape that the body was wrapped in. However, those items, when we received them, had already been removed. So we received just the tape and the plastic separately.
From those bags, were you ever able to locate or generate a DNA profile from any material located on those bags?
So I did not do any DNA testing on the bags. I did do DNA testing on the tape. So I assisted Tara Martinez in collecting hairs and fibers from the tape. Most of the tape and plastic had decomposition fluid present. And so I tested those items for blood and they were positive. When examining the tape, I was looking for irregular edges that could indicate someone might have torn the tape with their teeth and left behind saliva. So I did swab a few of the tape ends, and then after latent print processing, I went back and swabbed areas of unidentifiable fingerprint ridge detail in an attempt to get a DNA profile.
Were you able to generate any profiles?
I obtained one DNA profile from the tape from JJ's hands, and it was consistent with him.
JJ. You said that some of the fluid tested positive for blood.
Yes.
Is that accurate? And where was that located specifically?
On all of the tape and the plastic.
And did you do any DNA testing on that blood?
No.
Why not?
It was presumed to be the victims. During decomposition, your body breaks down. And so decomposition fluid often has blood in it. And a lot of the tape still had lots of small hairs and apparent skin attached to it in addition to the blood. And all of that would be expected to be JJ's DNA.
Did you receive a chain and a pendant as part of the items that were brought to the lab?
I did.
Did you test those for the presence of blood?
I did. It was negative.
You mentioned some swabs from an apartment 175.
Yes.
Tell us what you did with those items.
There was a swab from a knife blade, and it was negative for blood. There was also a swab from a wall, and it was very weakly positive for blood. And that would have been consumptive to test for DNA, so we did not perform DNA analysis.
I want to talk to you about some of the tools you received. Do you recall in general which tools you received?
Yes, I received 18 tools from a garage barn on the Daybell property. They included a post hole digger, a garden hoe, shovels, a pickaxe, axes, shears, and hand saws.
Did you do any type of testing on any of those tools?
Yes, they were requested for blood and human remains. So I did find quite a few small stains on handles of many of the tools that did test positive for blood. They were very small and would have been consumptive to test. So I did not perform DNA testing on those. On 4 of the tools, I located what I thought could be human remains, and I collected that material. I photographed it, and then I performed DNA testing on a portion of it.
Um, so that was on 4 tools.
Yes,
Did you take pictures of those items as part of your report?
I did.
So tell us a little more about that process of when you bring in a tool or a sample, like what specifically are you looking for and how do you go about testing it?
So the first thing we do is we open the item and photograph it. I did collect hairs and fibers if I saw them. Some of the tools were quite dirty, so I needed to remove the dirt in order to see the surface of the item. And so I did that as well. I also removed some ashes from several of the items. And then I go about looking for stains that have the appearance of blood or could possibly be blood mixed with, say, dirt or ashes or something like that. And then I do presumptive blood testing to see if any of these items maybe should be for DNA.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask the witness be handed States Exhibit 201A through 201R. The court and counsel have been provided a copy.
And on that exhibit, Mr. Wood, it appears that all of those letters are inclusive, A through R, correct?
I believe so. I'll double check.
Confirmed with my courtesy copies, just making sure none were removed out of the sequence.
That should be accurate, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Stace, if you'll just take a second and review States Exhibit 201 A through R, and let me know when you've had a chance to look at it.
Okay,
Do you recognize States Exhibit 201 A through R?
I do.
What does that purport to be?
These are photos I took during my examination of the tools and of hairs and fibers collected from the tape.
And you said these are photos you took yourself.
Yes,
Now, some of these photos have markings on them. Are these markings that you placed on the photographs?
yes, or the item itself, depending on what it was.
And are those markings a part of your regular testing procedures?
Yes,
And are these pictures true and accurate copies of the photographs you took?
They are.
Your Honor, I'd ask that States Exhibit 201A through R be entered into evidence.
No objection.
Okay, exhibits 2201 A through R are all admitted.
Ms. Dace, if I ask about item 36.4, do you know which one that is?
It's a shovel.
And is that a number that your lab assigned to that tool?
Yes, item 36 was a collection of tools from the garage barn.
Can you tell, well, Your Honor, I'd ask that I be allowed to publish.
You may.
Is that item 36? Is that item 36.4?
Yes.
Okay. And it's kind of hard to see the writing on there. Tell us what you did with this shovel.
I examined it for blood and I swabbed all of the ends of the tools. I did not run them for DNA, but we did swab for preservation. So those dashed blue lines that you see indicate the sampling I took from there. And then I also collected some possible human remains from this item.
Can you tell us what we're seeing in States Exhibit 201B? Zoom out for you.
So the area on the right side of the photo was what I thought could be possible charred flesh. It's a little hard to see here, but it had a little bit more of a pinkish tan hue than the rest of the dirt and everything around it. So I collected that and then I took a photograph and I ran a portion of it for DNA.
And what does the jury see in States Exhibit 201C?
This is a close-up of that material that I collected. And then the blue box indicates the portion of it that I ran for DNA.
Were you able to generate a DNA profile from that material?
I was not.
Can you tell me about lab item 36.5?
I believe it's another shovel.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 201D. Do you recognize that image?
I do. I took that photograph.
Is that item 36.5?
Yes.
And what, did you do any type of testing on this item?
I did the same as with the other tools. I tested for blood and then examined the tool head for blood or human remains.
Was there any material that caught your attention?
There was.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 201E. What does the jury see in this image?
Could you slide the photo up a little bit so you can
That-
see the labeling at the bottom? There we go. So this is again, more material I collected from the shovel. It has a little bit different look than just dirt. It's more tan and the pieces on the left are very, very small. But the material on the right was a little bit larger. And so I did collect both of them. And the one on the right was what I selected for DNA.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 201F. Do you recognize that image?
I do.
What is that?
That is a close-up photograph of that material on the right of the shovel, and the blue box on the left indicates the area that I ran for DNA.
And were you able to generate a profile?
I was not.
Your Honor, I talked with the court yesterday about bringing in items or states exhibits 172 and 173. I'd like to ask those be brought in now.
They're here.
Okay. Your Honor, is there a handheld microphone?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Bailiff.
Ms. Stace, if you could approach this table.
Can you hear me?
Yes, and I see you have your gloves on. Okay. Ms. Stace, the shovel that's present on that table, did that have an item number in your lab?
Yes, this was item 36.3.
Okay. What, when you got that shovel, 36.3, and that's States Exhibit 173. I'm just going to refer to it as the shovel, if that's all right with
Yeah.
you. Okay. When you got that shovel, what did you observe?
There were ashes present on it. It was also dirty. There's various staining on the shaft of the tool. And I did test them for blood, and on this item, they were all negative.
And did you observe anything in the blade area of that shovel?
I did.
What did you observe? And please feel free to show the jury where you observed it.
On the back of the shovel, there's a lip on the back edge, and there was some material adhered to the back of the lip that I thought could be human remains.
And can you just point to where you thought it was?
Right in the lip, right here.
And did you do any testing on that material?
I did. I performed DNA testing.
And if you want to go ahead and have a seat, and we'll have you come down again in a minute. And Your Honor, I'll continue publishing through the Elmo.
You may.
Do you recognize, I apologize, this is States Exhibit 201G. Do you recognize that item?
I do. It's a picture of that shovel.
The same shovel that we're looking at on this table?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 201H. Do you recognize that picture?
I do. It's a picture I took of that substance that's on the back lip of the shovel. It's circled. And then there's also some very small fragments near it that are pointed to. The one on the left, the larger piece, is what I ran for DNA.
I'm just going to zoom in a little bit. Is there a pointer up on that desk?
Yes.
Could you, I realize that it's kind of circled, but if you could just point out to the jury what you see.
Right there.
And you said you collected and tested that.
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 201I. Do you recognize this image?
Yes, that is a photo I took of that material once it was removed from the tool.
And it says it was taken with a stereoscope. What is a stereoscope?
A stereoscope is a type of microscope used to photograph images you can already see with the naked eye. It just gives you better resolution. This is not that photo. This is a photo just with my normal camera.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 201J. And what is that?
This is the photograph under that stereoscope of the material, and the blue box on the left is the portion that I ran for DNA.
I'm sorry, I was a little distracted by the light shining off. Can you, what did you do with that?
The portion on the left, I ran for DNA.
And can you point out to the jury any other labels you have on that photograph?
Yes, on the right, you can see that there's some green material caught in this piece of material. And it was visible just on the right side. So I selected the left side for DNA.
Were you able to test that green material?
No,
Is that the type, does Idaho State Lab do that type of testing in
We do.
Meridian?
No.
Were you able to, in regards to the left portion that you tested, were you able to obtain a DNA profile?
I was.
And how did you do that?
The DNA process starts by breaking open all the cells in the sample to release the DNA. And then I will determine how much DNA I have present in the sample. I will copy the specific locations we look at for forensic DNA testing. And then I will visualize that DNA profile, which looks like peaks on a graph.
And you were successfully able to generate that profile.
I was.
Did you receive any known DNA profiles prior to your testing?
Yes, once we established the parentage for the tooth presumed to be from Tylee Ryan, we used her DNA profile as her reference sample.
And did you compare the DNA profile from this material with Tylee Ryan's sample?
I did.
What were the results of that testing?
The DNA profile from this item matched Tylee Ryan. It is at least 604 octillion times more likely to see this DNA profile if Tylee Ryan is the source than if an unrelated, randomly selected individual from the general population is the source.
Can you say that number one more time?
604 octillion.
How many zeros are in an octillion?
An octillion is 27 zeros.
Thank you. Ms. Dace, can you tell me about lab item 36.1?
It is a pickaxe.
Do you see that lab item in this room today?
I do.
Would you be willing to again approach this table?
Yes.
Can you tell can you hold up and identify that item for the jury?
Yes. One side has labeling, and then one side has no stickers. I can't hear you. One side has labeling, and then the other side does not have any stickers.
Ms. Dace, what if anything did you do with this pickaxe? Again, it's States Exhibit 172, lab number 36.1, and clarity's sake, I will just refer to it as a pickaxe. What did you do with this pickaxe when you received it into your lab?
I examined it for blood, and it did have some stains that tested positive for blood. I also examined the head of the tool, which was dirty, and I removed the dirt that was adhered to the surface. And underneath that dirt, I found what I thought could be ashes and human remains embedded in the eye of this pickaxe, which is right here. And I collected those, photographed them, and then I ran some of it for DNA.
So when you received that item, it didn't look the same way it does today, correct?
Correct.
And you kind of described it, but if you could just describe what it looked like when you received it.
All of these circles that you may see, I made those. So those were not there. And again, it was dirty. The blade had a fair amount of light brown dirt adhered. And so again, I had to remove it. I also ultimately swabbed the head of this item. So I have swabbed this whole area. So it's much less dirty than it was. There did appear to be some possible burn marks in the item as well, in addition to the burnt material that appeared to be inside the eye.
You can go back to the stand.
Just really quick, I did want to point out there are 2 stains here on the pickaxe, and I did ultimately run those for DNA as well.
Ms. Dace, I'm going to show you on the Elmo what's been marked as State's Exhibit 201K. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, that is the pickaxe we just looked at.
The same pickaxe that's on the table in the courtroom.
Correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 201L. And if you can describe for the jury what you see in this picture.
So on the leftmost side of the photo, there's what appeared to be dirt. That was the top surface of what I was examining. And so I removed it and put it off to the side. And then in the middle, what you see is that darker material that was embedded around the eye. And I also collected that separately and took a photo of it. And then ultimately I went back through it looking for anything I thought I could run for DNA.
And were you able to find anything that you could run for DNA in that?
I was.
You to look at State's Exhibit 201M. Do you recognize that image?
I do.
What is that?
That is a photograph of some stains on the handle that tested positive for blood.
Were those the 2 you pointed out to the jury?
They were.
I'm going to go a little bit out of order. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's 201O. If you can tell the jury what you observed in this image and what you were doing.
So that is a photo of the tool once I removed that top layer of dirt, and I haven't removed the dark material from the eye. As you can see, it's all around the shaft, and it's a little hard to see because it's dark, but it's basically in between the metal and the shaft as well, and then it's adhered to the surface of it.
And now I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 201N. What is that?
That is a photograph of some of the larger pieces of material that I removed from that dark pile of debris from the eye.
I'll show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 201P. You recognize that picture?
I do.
And what does it represent?
It is a portion of what was in the previous photo. It was the largest piece of material I found.
What did you do with that?
The area in the blue box is the portion that I ran for DNA.
Were you able to obtain a DNA profile from that subject?
I did. I obtained a partial DNA profile.
And can you explain for the jury what a partial DNA profile is?
It means that at some of the locations we tested, we did not get results. That's very common in samples with a low level of DNA or samples that are degraded.
And when you say degraded, what could cause degradation?
Heat. So being subjected to a fire could cause that degradation.
And when you obtain a partial DNA profile, are you still able to do a comparative analysis against a known profile?
In this case, yes.
Is it accepted in the scientific community to do a comparative analysis with a partial profile?
Yes.
What were and in this case, did you do that comparative analysis?
I did.
What did you compare it against?
I compared it against the known reference samples I had in this case.
And can you just remind the jury what those known reference samples were?
At this time that I was doing this examination, I had a reference sample from J.J. Vallow, Tylee Ryan, Lori Vallow, and Chad Daybell.
And from your comparative analysis, did you come to any conclusions?
Yes, Tylee Ryan was a possible contributor to that partial DNA profile. It is at least 159 trillion times more likely to see this DNA profile if it originated from Tylee Ryan than if it originated from an unrelated, randomly selected individual from the general population.
And again, that's kind of, for lack of a better word, scientific speaking, just from a layman's perspective, how would you describe that?
So it means that all of the locations we tested where we had information, the peaks that were present were the same peaks that were present in Tylee Ryan's reference sample.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to State's Exhibit 201M. You mentioned, I believe, that you did some testing on those two spots.
Yes, I tested them together for DNA.
And did they initially test positive for blood?
They did.
And can you tell the jury how you, the process by which you performed your DNA testing on that blood, on those blood spots?
It was the same as what I explained previously. I would swab those stains, and then I would break open all of the cells, determine how much DNA is present, copy those locations that I test, and then visualize that DNA profile. And if I do get a DNA profile, I will ultimately make comparisons to reference samples in the case.
Were you able to obtain a DNA profile from those samples?
I was.
And did you perform a comparative analysis between that profile and any other known profiles?
Yes.
Were you able to reach a conclusion from that comparative analysis?
I was.
What was it?
This DNA profile also matched Tylee Ryan. And again, it is 604 octillion times more likely to see this DNA profile if Tylee Ryan is the source than if an unrelated, randomly selected individual from the general population is the source.
Ms. Stace, you spoke earlier about examining duct tape.
I did.
Is there a priority of different types of forensic testing for an item such as duct tape?
For this case, Given the amount of blood and decomposition fluid and skin that was present on quite a bit of the tape, it was going to be difficult to find foreign DNA. And so we did collect hairs and fibers, but ultimately we gave the preference or the priority to latent prints that could better establish a direct connection between the tape and the person who handled it.
And you mentioned collecting hairs.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 201Q. I don't know if you'll be able to make out what's on there, but do you recall taking these pictures?
I do.
And I understand it's difficult to see after it's been photocopied, but what was this a picture of?
Each one of these adhesives contains one or more hairs and fibers that were collected from the tape pieces we examined.
And States Exhibit 201R. What do you observe there?
Those again are more hairs and fibers collected. If you can see the yellow circles on the yellow up at the top, those are indicating where those are.
And are these some of the hairs that were collected from the tape and plastic that was wrapped around JJ?
Yes.
Did you attempt to obtain DNA profiles from any hairs in this case?
Yes, we ran several hairs for DNA.
Were you able to generate any profiles?
No.
And so if you don't have a profile, you can't compare it to a known profile, correct?
Correct.
Are you, Ms. Stace, are you aware if any of the hairs collected were sent to private labs?
Yes, I believe some of them were.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be handed States Exhibit 200. Court and counsel have courtesy copies, and I believe this will come in by way of stipulation.
Okay, exhibit 200's been offered. Is there any objection from the defense to admitting it?
There would be no objection.
All right, exhibit 200 is admitted.
Ms. Stace, if you can just briefly look at that. Are you familiar with that document?
I am.
What is it?
This is a report from Bodie Technology, which is a laboratory in Virginia.
And Your Honor, if I may publish that.
You may.
And are you aware of what items were sent to Bodie Laboratory?
As one of the hairs that I collected from the tape on the, what we called the body bag. So the tape and plastic that the whole body was wrapped in.
Now, to be clear, you did not perform this testing.
Correct.
Are you familiar with the type of testing that was performed and documented in this report?
Yes, the DNA typing technology is the same that I use.
And in Ms. Stace, understanding that this is not your report, but that this is an item stipulated to by the parties. If you could just briefly at the top up here describe the item numbers that were sent.
S25, which is a DNA extraction of the known reference sample of Lori Vallow. V23, which is the DNA extraction sample for Tylee Ryan. And item 46, which appears to be the reference DNA extraction of Melanie Gibb.
And I'm going to point your attention to here where it says STR processing results, conclusions, and statistics. Could you, and I will make that a little bigger for you. If you could just read that into the record.
DNA profiles were provided for the following samples: S25, Lori Vallow, Daybell, V23, Tylee Ryan, and 46, Melanie Gibb.
And if you'd read the next couple paragraphs there.
The partial DNA profile obtained from sample CCB 2235-0241-E-01 is consistent with a female contributor, female 1. This partial DNA profile matches the DNA profile provided by Lori Vallow Daybell. The probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual with this partial DNA profile is at least 1 in 71 billion in the US population.
I'm not going to ask you to read the rest of that. So this was, to your knowledge, a hair collected from black bags wrapped around JJ Vallow?
Yes, it is given the item number 11.16.8B. That is the piece of tape labeled number 8 by our laboratory, and that was one of the hairs from that tape.
Okay, so from the tape on the black bags?
Yes,
Okay. And from your understanding of this report, they tested it against Tylee Ryan, Lori Vallow, and Melanie Gibb,
correct.
and it matched for Lori Vallow.
Yes, as a partial DNA profile.
Your Honor, may I have a brief sidebar?
Yes.
Yeah. I started rearranging again. I'm just like, I can't sit here still. I'm just listening. Yeah, it was. Oh, there were Tyvek suits, tactical knives, rope, duct tape. That was in Lori's apartment, though. We all know what they did. There was no one murdered here, or murdered in this case. Just saying. Semantics. But what? Okay, so did I get it wrong whenever? Because I heard him say Melanie Gibb. Why not test every damn body? Why not swab? I mean, really. Just saying. And then why not Melanie Gibb? Did they say that they were testing it with the items from Chad's garage for Melanie Gibb? Because if so, that's Tylee's murder. Did I get that wrong? Or were they just saying all together? Because where's David? Where's the men? Where Jason, Matt, whatever. Just it doesn't add up to me. Never was good in math, but damn. Blonde hair. Lord. I wish. I wish. Okay. Sidebar over, allegedly. I'm going to move some stuff.
Your Honor, at this time, the state has no further questions.
All right. Once you're ready, counsel, cross-examination, Mr. Pryor.
And Judge, I'm going to need Exhibit 35 and 36, which is Defense Exhibit 35 and 36.
Okay, we'll get those for you.
In addition, Judge, I'm going to move for Defense Exhibit 48, which represents the Bode Laboratory report. My understanding is this is being, there's a stipulation regarding the admission of Exhibit 48. It's been previously provided to the state.
Any objection on 48?
State doesn't have an objection to the Bode lab report coming in. I do believe we've already just admitted it though. So I don't know if we want two exhibits with two identical exhibits with different numbers.
Okay,
And I'll
we
just
do
leave that
have
to
the
the board.
Bode Technology Laboratory report, 3 pages, that's already states Exhibit 200.
Yes,
Is that the same thing as Exhibit 48?
from my understanding it is, unless it's,
Judge, my recollection was that it was a little longer than that. I'm going to need my computer, Judge. May I have permission to approach my desk over there?
Yes, and we'll also let you review Exhibit 200, because if they are exactly the same, then we don't need cumulative identical exhibits.
Judge, my review of my Exhibit 48 also includes some of the chain of custody information as well as a complete report, including all of the analysis. It appears to have about 180 pages.
Okay, if that's the case, then those would be different exhibits, so it wouldn't be cumulative. Mr. Wood, has the state been able to consider whether or not there's an objection to Exhibit 48?
Your Honor, there is no objection to that.
Okay, so defendant's Exhibit 48 is admitted.
Judge, could I have just a quick moment with Mr. Wood?
Yes.
Judge, in addition, defense has an Exhibit 49, which is an Astria report. That's entered by way of stipulation of the parties. It's the understanding that Ms. Dace is not going to be discussing the Astria report today.
Correct.
However, we are agreeing to enter that report with further discussion on that report potentially in the future.
And Your Honor, the state's position is we're not going to object today to that. However, at some point, if there is not someone qualified to speak to it, we would renew an objection.
Okay, at this point, although there's a stipulation, if this witness has nothing to say about the report and where it is a technical report, I'm going to deny admitting it at this time without prejudice to renew an offer to readmit it if someone's qualified to discuss what it means. So Exhibit 49 is not admitted at this time.
And Judge, may I proceed?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Dace, can you tell me approximately how many tools you were provided to you in this case for your analysis?
I believe there were 18.
Okay. And did you test all 18 tools?
I did.
Okay. And you had mentioned something about the positive for blood. On how many of those tools did you obtain had a positive test for some sort of blood?
I would need to look at my report to be sure.
Do you have your report here today?
Yes.
May I, Judge, may I have Ms. Dace be provided to her report? And then Ms. Dace, I'm sure you're well aware, you review your report and when you're done, set it down and we
Sure.
can discuss that if that's okay.
Yes.
All right, you can review that to refresh your recollection. when testifying, don't read from it or read it into the record, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm finished. So of the first 10 tools that I looked at, all but one had small stains that tested positive for blood.
And were you able to determine whose blood were on all 10 of those? I'm sorry, how many?
9.
None.
Yeah.
Of the 10 you initially tested, the 9 were positive for blood. Did you do any follow-up to determine whose blood was on those 9 tools?
No, all of those stains were very small and they were consumptive for testing.
Okay. Now you mentioned that your occupation obviously is to do DNA analysis of things for the state police. Is that right?
Yes, our laboratory serves all Idaho law enforcement agencies and prosecutors' offices and public defenders' offices.
Okay. And can you talk to me a little bit about the manner in which DNA can be in terms of how DNA gets on various tools?
Well, there's more than one way. So obviously the most direct way is primary transfer, which is the blood or whatever we're looking for makes direct contact with that tool and leaves it behind. There's also what's called secondary transfer, which is if it was on, the blood was on something else and then it touched another object, it could potentially transfer. Dried staining is much harder to transfer, but when it comes to things like handler or touch DNA, that can be more common.
And that's not the only limitation on DNA. DNA can be placed on an item by way of something like sweat.
Oh, yes, yes. So there's different ways to leave DNA. Obviously, the major fluids are blood, semen, saliva. There's urine, hair, as we talked about, and then also what we would call wearer DNA or handler DNA. So I'm leaving behind DNA on my suit jacket right now from wearing it, from sweat and just skin cells, or the gloves I was wearing earlier, my DNA is likely now on the inside from wearing them.
So in any situation, such as the pen that I'm holding right now, when I set this down and someone were to take this, there's a strong likelihood that my DNA would be on this pen.
Yes, it's possible.
And that would be in the way of skin cells.
Yes,
It could be by way of perspiration.
correct.
It could be by way of just my breath, breathing, and please forgive me if I spit or if there's some sort of air fluid that comes out. My DNA could be found on that as well by way of me just simply breathing on this pen, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the second set of tools, you said the first 10, then how many did you look at after that?
It would have been 8.
Okay, and on the 8 of those 8 remaining, we've already talked about the first 10 and the 9 of them had blood stains on them, right?
And potential blood stains.
Okay. And then of the remaining 8, how many of those had any indications of DNA on them?
None.
Okay. And on all of these 18 tools, did you examine all 18 tools?
I did.
Okay. On any of these 18 tools, well, let me preface it with this. Was it your understanding that these 18 tools came from the garage of Chad Daybell?
Yes.
And when did you get possession of these tools, on what day?
I would need to look at our laboratory report.
And Mr. Bailiff, I'm sorry, you're working overtime today.
The first 10 were obtained on July 30th.
And then the second 8,
Um,
second set of 8,
Yes.
excuse me.
sorry. Those were also on July 30th.
Okay.
I did not examine all 18 at the same time, so I have a report with the first 10 and then a report with the second 8.
And the year that these were obtained would have been what?
2020.
Okay. And are you aware of the date of the allegations as to when JJ and Tylee were placed on Mr. Daybell's property?
I believe it was in 2019.
Would September of 2019 sound correctly?
Yes.
So the time between the allegations and the testing would have amounted to about how much time?
From September to July, so almost a year. 10 months.
10 months.
Yeah.
I had to count with my fingers. Probably both of us did.
Yes.
Okay. And in the interim between September and July, well, actually before September, we don't know who had contact with those tools, do we?
No,
We don't know how that DNA got on those tools, do we?
I do not.
What we know is that they were found in Mr. Daybell's garage, correct?
That's correct.
So the presumption is that at least in part, being on Mr. Daybell's property, they may have been the ownership of Mr. Daybell, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And now on the 18 tools that you tested, how many of those had Mr. Daybell's DNA on them?
None of the stains or material I tested had Chad Daybell's DNA.
What about the handles of all of those tools? Did you find Mr. Daybell's DNA on any of the handles?
We did not swab the handles for DNA. We generally do not do that testing upfront when the ownership of the item is not in question.
But there's no certainty as to who handled those tools, is that right?
No, and if they had been owned at the property for years prior to the crime, you would expect to find any of the family members' DNA on there through non-criminal means, such as buying the shovel, using the shovel in a different day, things like that.
So in fact, if someone had owned those tools for some time, it would be your expectation that at least somewhere on the tools, you would have found Mr. Daybell's DNA. Would that be fair?
Yeah, yes, it's fair.
And it doesn't necessarily mean the handle, the base or the shaft of the, you tested the shafts of these, obviously, correct?
I did not run those samples for DNA. I simply swabbed them for preservation.
Okay. And when you did that, at no time on the shafts of these handles or even on the blades of these handles, did you ever find any of Mr. Daybell's DNA? Is that correct?
I did not run those samples for DNA, but nothing I did run for DNA had Chad Daybell's DNA on it.
The necklace that was found on the property, did you find any latent fingerprints or any DNA of anyone on that?
I did not do latent print analysis. That is not my specialty. And I did find some possible material on the necklace that I could have run for DNA. However, it's consumptive. And so I did not get a request to consume it.
And Judge, I previously admitted Defense Exhibit 35. Could I have permission
Use
to
the
publish?
microphone, please, Mr. Pryor.
I previously submitted Defense Exhibit 35. Could I have permission to publish?
Yes.
Ms. Stace, I don't know if you can see that or not.
Yes.
Do you recognize any of those tools?
They do appear to be some of the tools that I received.
Could you reference which subpart of that is? It is, Mr. Pryor, for the record.
I believe that's 35F, Judge.
Thank you.
And Judge, if we could turn off the HDMI for just a moment, please.
Okay. Stop the publication. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Judge, again, if we could publish again, please.
Yes, you can publish, and if it's different than 35F, explain what it is, please.
And again, do you recognize any of these tools as well?
Yes, some of them appear to be the tools that I received.
Now, I zoomed in under the black shovel and the rake at the handle of the long black shovel. You see that?
The snow shovel?
Under the snow shovel and the hard rake, there is a gray handled or a brown wood handled shovel. There's a shovel with black, which means black on it, and then the yellow one, and the one in between the yellow and the brown handled shovel. Do you see that one?
Yes, I do.
Can you take a close look at that shovel for me?
I believe it is one of the tools that I received.
Okay, and then down at the bottom of the black, I'm detecting a certain substance on that. Do you see that, or some sort of different coloring? Do you see that?
The off-white type staining?
The off-white texture on the black handle. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, okay. Judge, we can,
Which is that, Mr. Pryor?
Judge, this is 35I, 35I, Judge.
All right, thank you.
And Judge, can we stop publication at this point?
Yes.
Judge, could I have the State's Exhibit 201A?
Okay. Exhibit 201A is being given to you, Mr. Pryor.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. We could use the Elmo, Judge. Now, Ms. Dace, I can't zero in. That looks like the same shovel we talked about with the previous picture that had the white markings on them. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did any time when you obtained this picture, did you observe those same white markings on the bottom of this shovel?
I do not recall. I do take photos of the items, but I can't be sure if they're there and it's hard to see in the lighting or not.
Okay, okay. But at no time you would remove any observable or debris on any item like that, would you?
I mean, I did for all of these tools, remove some trace evidence like hairs and fibers. There were some cobwebs on some of the items. And I did on the tools heads, remove dirt and gentle ashes that were present so that I could better visualize and swab the surfaces. All of that was retained though.
Okay, but you didn't on the actual black part of the handle of this item, you didn't wipe this down or remove any debris. That wouldn't be something you would do, correct?
I wouldn't wipe it down. I do believe on a few of the tools, I collected some fragments from the handles, but I did not swab the handles.
Okay. And this is a true and accurate a picture of the shovel that you received at the time for your testing. Would that be fair?
That is one of my pictures. I can't be sure if that's the exact picture when I opened it or if this is the one I took later to document my swabbing and analysis.
But it would be fair to say that that picture, you other than taking the samples off of the blade of the shovel and maybe on the lower handle, it is not changed in appearance from when you first received the shovel. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Judge, I'm done. When you were conducting your investigation of the plastic and the tape, you talked about some DNA that was found on a piece of tape. Is that right?
Yes,
And whose DNA was that?
it was JJ Vallows.
Okay. And then other DNA was found on some of the plastic. Is that what you?
No, that was the only sample from the plastic or tape that I obtained a DNA profile from.
And then the hair samples came from where?
The tape that was on that plastic.
So those hair samples weren't just floating freely, they were attached to the actual tape.
Correct.
So at some point, do I understand that the hair samples were, and this is not a technical term, please forgive me. The sticky side of the tape, is that where the hair samples were found?
Yes, the adhesive side of the tape.
The adhesive side. Thank you for the word. The adhesive side of the tape is where these were found. Is that right?
Correct.
So the suggestion would be that however the hairs got on that, and we don't know that how, right?
Correct.
At least the adhesive side was in a position where the hairs could come in contact with the adhesive and stick to the adhesive. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay. And again, the hair, how many hair samples did you gather?
I am not sure. There are a lot.
Okay. Would you need to be able to refresh your recollection with your notes?
I do have all of the hairs itemized. However, some of those adhesives have multiple hairs on them. So it would take a little bit of time to count them all.
Okay.
But I know that I had adhesives going from A to Z, so 26, and then an AA and a BB. So there were 28 adhesives, and then there were one or more hairs on each one of those.
So multiple hairs.
Yes, multiple hairs and fibers, and multiple hairs that we determined could be possibly tested for DNA.
And those hairs were located at different times as part of this investigation. Would that be fair?
Yes, the majority of the hairs that were collected initially prior to latent print processing to protect them from what was the initial latent print processing. And then when I went back and swabbed the unidentifiable fingerprint reach detail on the tape, I did locate a few more that I collected separately.
And do you recall approximate dates as to when the first set of hairs were found and then the second set of hairs were found?
I would need to look at my reports.
Could we provide that, Mr. Bailiff? Would you mind, please? Judge, in the interest of time, I don't know if the court has an interest in taking a break and allowing her to look at that so that we could accomplish that at the same time. I'll obviously defer to the state's position in the court.
Yeah, I think it's a logical time to take a mid-morning recess, so we'll go ahead and do that at this time. We'll come back on at 10:25, so we'll take a 20-minute break and come back then. Thank you.
All right, please.
I've been cleaning and I'm sweating my ass off right now. That cabinet's not behind me anymore, as you can see. Oh my God. Oh, I've got stuff. Let me throw that away. Okay, can't move. Everything's right here. Whew. I have one question. Why the F did they test anything? Just asking. If there's not, I mean, what the hell did we find? Read the damn, oh, there's a read the damn Bible prior. I think they should have provided samples for everybody too. That's my common sense brain. jurors aren't going to think someone planted hairs if that's what you're up to. That's true, right, Chad? I mean, that came out in what Ian Pulowski's crap, the recordings, where I mean, like, there's just everybody's dark, the whole town's dark, everybody's dark, but it's a city of light, right? I guess Chad illuminated it by himself alone. So yeah, me same. Good to see you too, Language of Forces. How you been? What did Mohawk say? Mohawk Mom says, "Oh, he did it again. He passed Chad the thumb drive he was using." Bubby Slug. And Alex is Bubba Humps. Remember? But yeah, again, why test anybody, or why even bring this person in? And again, it takes me a while, sometimes a couple times, to process the things, but just from what I gathered right there, what much of shit. I mean, of course, the victim's blood is gonna be there. Come on now. Where is the smoking gun? Chad is charged with first-degree murder. Is it for all three? Because that wasn't it like just Tammy, and then it was just conspiracy for the kids, and then, but didn't it recently just didn't it
Yeah.
recently?
I was just going to say, I think that he got first degree on Tammy, but it's conspiracy on the others. But I may be wrong. So I'm going to go look.
No, I think it upgraded. And I was like, wait, when did it do that? Because I don't remember that. And so initially the charges were destruction of evidence, concealing, those types. So, I mean, it's just weird. It's not adding up. I'm too, y'all. So the power feed that, feeds my little air conditioner right here, it quit. So I need Jason to fix the plug. I don't mess with electricity. That's one thing I don't do. So it's like,
you need a big
reason,
fat cord. You don't need an extension cord. You need a heavy duty cord for something like that.
Well, I'm not gonna beat him, Donna. I'm just being. You're like, no, silly. That's not what I was saying.
So
anyway, I did not say that, right? Oh my gosh! So I'm sweating like Lori in the temple. Anyways, the smoking gun is the raccoon tax. Even without that, the kids were in. True that. Where I'm from, Louisiana, possession is 9/10 of the law. Like, boom, you're that's it. You're done. Good luck explaining that away. He sure is trying though. That's that whole demon in the corner thing. Hemorrhoid cream.
And part of the biggest thing about repentance is admitting you've done something wrong.
They won't. They don't think they've done anything wrong.
I'm just saying, you can't repent if you don't admit you did anything wrong.
You know how when your kids were little and, you scold them or whatever, trying to teach them, right? And like my little one, and he'll just be like, I'm sorry, Dad. That's how he was, I'm sorry, Mama Kay. He would just say, I'm sorry automatically. And he wouldn't think about it. And I'm like, no. You can't just say the words and not actually mean it. You have to go think. I already did. No, go think, Oh my gosh. So go process it, think about what you've done and think about how it's hurt the other person or whatever, and that is lacking in this whole situation. It is not there. 1 hour of testimony is break time. Raccoon text to Tammy is vital.
And Pryor is just wasting time asking like what day of the week something is and all that kind of stuff. And
Yeah.
yesterday I wanted to slap him down when his first question to the medical examiner was, how tall was Tylee?
All right. How the hell am I
She
supposed to
came
know
in
what
3 bags, you asshole.
incomplete? Yeah. Incomplete. Yeah. Same. And okay, in Tylee's yesterday, again, I don't swirl around too much in the autopsy stuff. Okay. I just know that. I steer kind of clear. I might listen to it a couple times and then I don't ever really go back. I'm not saying I won't, but I just, you know what I mean? It's not my thing. It's hard to hear. But I know it's important. So there's those of you who, this is your thing. This is where you shine. This is your wheelhouse or whatever. But I could have swore that we had learned last time in Lori's trial that, it was most trigger warning. Okay. But we had learned in Lori's trial that, or didn't, I'm actually asking, didn't we learn in Lori's trial that Tylee was dead before being burned, right? But then yesterday, whenever the medical examiner was talking, he said that there was carbon monoxide in her remains. And I'm like, well, I mean, did she inhale it or is it just from, subjected to fire? I really don't know. And it's just too weedy for me. Too much weeds. Thank you, Jet Set J. Don't forget to hit the like button. Oh my gosh, my cat's got my damn tongue. Poor little Tylee. Yeah. I would have said, ask your client. Jason keeps bringing up, I think it was on Liar Liar, the movie. And he's like, that's not good for my client or something like that. He keeps saying that, or that's going to make my client look bad.
Yes.
I need that little sound bite.
And I don't even understand how come Pryor, like yesterday when they brought in all that information from Ariel Werther or whoever he was with the
Ariel.
maps, that
That's
was
you
all
pronounce
about
it, Ariel.
it was all about Arizona. And I get it. I understand it. I was impressive. But the jury had to have been going, what has this got to do with the
I'm
price
okay
of
with that.
beans?
Because this is where I'm at. And I mean, I haven't been able to really dissect that yet, but what I instantly got was, this is your here, Chad. Here, John Pryor. This is Chad's going to be charged. I'm telling you, this is being introduced,
so.
and they're because Detective Coons, I think, or I get them all mixed up. One of the Arizona detectives was like, has John Pryor was like, has Chad Daybell, my client, been charged there? In Arizona, he was like, well, no, not unless some new evidence comes up. And I was like, bada bing, bada boom. That's just me and my hunch, or it totally feels like that to me. So I'm just like, bring it on.
Well, we all know that they did not charge Lori until after she was finished here. And so I think that they don't want to, if they charged him now, it would affect then Chad
outcome.
could say, well, yeah, he could say, well, y'all affected my outcome. So I think that's what it is. And Pryor can just honk that horn all he wants to, but he's wasting his time.
No. Okay. Right. But you made me think of something else. And that's how this works, right? So but they did charge Lori first. Then they came with extradition papers the day she, the verdict or whatever.
I don't think she was charged.
Or did they charge her that day officially?
I think she wasn't charged until after the conviction. Let's say.
That was crazy. Lots of new evidence. Yeah. Isn't Chud in the storage unit evidence? Yes. It's so weird. I just don't like the layout of this trial. It just seems backwards and not him together. But then yesterday, well, I want to say the last couple days have seemed, how sometimes it feels like it's they're winning or whatever. And you're just like, damn it. You're not ending on a high note. But I think there's so much. And those jurors, they're smart people, and we're worrying way too much is what I think. Yeah. That's really what my brain's saying. Okay. Thank you, Mohawk Mom. Same as when they returned the guilty verdict on Lori. She was charged. Thank you. Thank you. I think so too. I really do think so. And I mean, I've watched a couple other channels, right? It's so hard because, like, yesterday I slept, you know, I got up and I watched, I think I caught like the tail end of everything. And then I have to go back and have to watch. And then I get nothing done. Nothing gets done because I'm just like, whatever. But I watched a few channels last night. I watched the Julie Jackson interview. I watched Nate Eaton and a little bit of Web Sleuths, and I watched Allegedly Innocent. And I think that's all I had time for. And then, like, before I came in here, I had Mormon Stories podcast with the Tom Harrison. I like to refresh, right? But and I watched A Life Without Parole. It just doesn't make sense. It's just too much, you know. So Oh, is he? Rex is unhappy with Mel P. He should have been unhappy with her a long time ago. But that's just me. Or at least, you know, like a little skeptical. Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, in my way of thinking, until Ian figures out that Brandon is not the bad guy, he's lost his mind. He's not woke up from nothing.
No.
Because
I don't think he has. I mean, if he woke up like I envision waking up to that horrific crap, I wouldn't be there, you know.
I did look up I looked up because I met Courtney Love one time.
What? Girl?
Yes, I did.
And
it was when she was in Memphis shooting that movie, The State versus Larry Flint.
Yeah.
They shot that movie in Memphis. And so she had her hair dyed all crazy and she had it black, but she just had some white highlights, like weird. She looked exactly like Melanie Pulowski. And so I looked it up because I kept thinking she looks like Courtney Love. And Courtney Love had that same crazy haircut and color for that movie.
Damn. So. I forget. Jason said something. I forget what he said, though. I was like, them glasses, though. You know what I'm saying?
That was disguise glasses.
Like a damn windshield.
Said, please buy them. I want to get some sunglasses that look like a disguise.
Mm-hmm. And just the way I don't know. I know I'm being petty. I don't really give a shit. I'm okay. But like, and I know I'm not the best speaker in the world. So, you know, there's that. I know that. But like Melanie Pulowski getting on the stand and, you know, and I'm just like, come on, princess. You done had 5 years. Okay. You done watched Brandon's trial or, you know, Brandon, and you know, you watched the whole damn thing. You know, you listened to the whole damn thing. Come on now. We know. Then y'all snuck in your damn lawyers.
Anybody that would
bullshit, man.
Anybody that would lie to the bishop and go on up in the temple when they're doing what they were doing wouldn't mind lying to the judge about I saw a video.
Anybody seeing a G meter in the temple about your husband being gay, here's your sign. You might want to check out.
Okay. Yeah. What is it that Janelle's saying?
The one thing about the Julie Jackson interview to me is to point out how people manipulate and treat others through their spiritual abuse. And yes. I mean, it's also just, it's ripe, you know, the breeding ground, you know, it's just like,
we need to all keep that in mind about everything, that when somebody tells us something and they like, well, you know, your grandma would want you to do it, or the preacher, or your school teacher, or the president, or whoever it is. You need to be using your own brain and not be using somebody else's understanding.
because they're gonna use you up and
Yeah.
spit you out, and just
They
like
are
trash.
not worried. Yeah, they
Nope.
are not worried about the outcome.
I'm getting to the point where I'm like, okay, it's like a world of just narcissists and psychopaths, and then the other side.
Well,
No,
they
there's not.
are leading everything, Kresha, because narcissists have that leadership thing, and they're
Mhm.
so squashing regular good people out of the way that it is just a bunch of narcissists running everything.
Yeah.
I hate to be so negative. Let me back up. There are some good people. I'm sure
Yeah.
there are. I'm
Hey,
sure
baby.
there's
Hello, girls.
some
Here.
honest, good people.
I started moving some stuff. What? You still getting graduation money? Yeah. Hold on. I'll be right. Oh, you can hear me.
Okay.
I like. She's like. She's got all her. What is that from waiting tables?
Rental car money.
Oh, rental car money. Anyways, okay. So I was about
Okay,
to
well,
say,
go on
hey,
and
I'll be
and
right
I'm-
back.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
All right. So Cresha's visiting with Ashlyn, who's come by, and she's gonna go do some stuff with her pop. So TC says, I don't get a good feeling from Julie Jackson. She's got something wrong with her, and she doesn't come across as honest at all. She's wanting pity and some fame. You know, TC, waking up from a cult situation like that is it's a process, and you don't act right to start with, and you may never act right because your personality, you lost your personality, you gave it over to this culture, and you've put away your old personality, you put on this new one, and you may never go back to what you were before. It's like seeing, I can't unsee something, you know. So I did notice Julie Jackson, let's all pray for her. Let's all pray for her that she gets some more to her brain. And she does, yes, because like I don't know if she wants, maybe she does want some pity and fame. She probably wants somebody to listen to her and believe her for sure. And I mean, we all got to pity her pretty good because she was really giving Julie Rowe all that money. I just can't imagine that. I can't imagine that. That's like people, I was watching this thing where people scamming romance scams and getting people to send them money. I can't talk people into something face to face. I know I couldn't type good enough email to talk somebody into something. That's just crazy. It is just crazy. Medea thinks it's Janelle Murphy. She went from one nutso number system to another. She's also appears to be a bit manic. She is, you know, and maybe your brain does go a bit manic whenever you're like processing that, like, oh my God, I've been wrong, but now I'm right. But you're still wrong. I mean, when you find out that you've been wrong about something, and you finally, okay, I've got this figured out. You do go a bit manic. And also there's that, I'm trying to remember what they call it, but there's like a psychological thing where when you first learn about something, you talk about it a lot and you yak about it a lot. But then when you really get to know more about it, you know, it's so big that you couldn't possibly figure it all out. So you talk less about it. Something Kruger effect. What is that? Dunning-Kruger effect. Let me see. Yeah, that's it. We cannot perceive our own abilities. The Dunning-Kruger effect occurs when a person's lack of knowledge and skill in a certain area causes them to overestimate their competence. By contrast, this effect also drives those who excel in given areas to think that the simplest task is simple for them, leading them to underestimate their abilities. In the years following, the first description of this phenomenon controversy has surrounded the Dunning-Kruger effect. Let me see where we're at. I want to be educating y'all, and I'm going to show y'all something. So it shows here that an average person is like person's confidence and competence. And the average purple are right here. But when you first learn about something, you think, but then you get to know, and then it takes a while. So we talk about something sometimes a lot when we first learn about it, and then we know it's huge, and maybe we should stop talking because we don't know enough. Now, y'all had a class in psychology, but I'm just saying that I'm sure that Julie will regret that she did that interview, and will be begging Lauren to do another one with her in about a year, and we'll be so relieved that she'll be acting so much better by then, I hope. No, never has Chad apologized, Vicky Carpenter, for what he's done, because he don't want to admit it, nothing's wrong. I'm going to see how long. Okay, so the morning break was 22 minutes ago, and it's supposed to be a 20-minute break, so they should be coming back soon, because surely that lady Pryor's going to ask her a bunch of other questions about what day it is. Medea thinks it's TC, but Donna, it seems like she jumped out of the frying pan into the fire with her numbers. I didn't even understand all that number stuff, Medea thinks, and she don't either. That number stuff is, she needs to be thinking about the number of times it takes for her to mop her floor, instead of, if she would go and mop her floor, she probably could figure that out. Too much time on their hands. Yeah. So I really do wish that that Woods and those other prosecutors would learn how to land a sentence so that it means something, instead of saying everything like they're in Sunday school. And I sure hope that Lindsay does the closing, because I don't know if I can stand it if one of these mild-mannered men talks. Hippie Gypsy says, anyway, I still hope enhanced photos of Lori and Chad in the storage unit preparing the Jeep to hurt someone is admissible. I do too. What the heck? So I'm going to answer this email. I think I got it. It says, please submit 1 to 3 photos. They want me to send pictures of this tiny drip. I'm just going to tell them I cannot take a picture of it. They want me to take a photo. I may have to call this lady. I don't know what. Anyway, it's a tiny leak, but I'm sure that there's water up there in the roof that's going to take my whole roof out. So let's see what Nate's saying, if they're getting back yet. Yeah, I don't know why they even have the lady there with all that stuff, if they're not going to make the point that Tylee's DNA was on Chad's tools. What am I saying? What is Pryor going to say? That the detectives smooshed around, did that with the tools themselves? I don't know. I mean, what is Pryor going to say about it? I thought the fact that the prosecutors didn't it's like, jury, I need you to do. Didn't say. So whose DNA was found on Chad Daybell's tools? Tylee Ryan's. They didn't boom it out, or nothing. There's like, what did they say? And now Pryor's like, what's he? If he'd just sat down, probably nobody would know nothing. Excuse me. I don't know if Nate has allergies, but he's sure coughing too. It makes you cough if you talk a long time, and he talks much longer than me. Let's see. RD and AC says, I think Julie Jackson has a lot of insecurities from
All
even.
rise. Good report, you got a second?
Thank you. Please be seated. Have the jurors brought in, please. Yes.
All right, please.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, Mr. Pryor, if you'd like to continue with cross, we're back on the record on CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chat Guy Daybell after the mid-morning break, and you may continue with your cross.
And Judge, can I have the last question read back to me, please?
Approximate dates as to the first set of hairs went down and then the second set of hairs went down.
Thank you.
The initial hair collection was done in June of 2020. And then the second round of hair collection was done in December of 2022. And I also wanted to clarify one thing. When I said that there were 28 adhesives collected, that was actually just off one piece of tape. So there were actually quite a few more. There were an additional 14 collections done on that item.
Okay. And let's start with the one piece of tape where and you said the one piece of tape had how many pieces of hair?
28 collections, and some of those had more than one. That does include both hairs and fibers.
Are you in a position to testify today about whose hairs those were?
No.
Okay. That was sent off to another lab, is that right?
With the exception of the Bodie hair that we talked about earlier, the rest were done at a different laboratory.
And in regards to the Bodie hair and the other hairs, think you said like 14 other hairs? on the
There
t-
were 15 total collections of hairs, and then each collection had uh, one or more hairs and fibers inside.
Okay. And in relation to the hair of Lori Vallow, were there other hairs in close proximity to that hair on the tape?
I believe that that collection had multiple hairs.
Okay.
Yes.
And I talked about this a little bit before, but that the adhesive side, and thank you, the adhesive side is how you noted those hairs. So the adhesive side was pulled out and you found the hairs on the adhesive side, correct?
Correct.
And the presumption is that at some point the adhesive side was down as part of the wrapping around JJ, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And then you mentioned the second set of hairs, and those were in December of 2022.
Yes, that was after the tape had been processed for latent prints, and I was swabbing that unidentifiable ridge detail. There were just a few more that I found still embedded in the tape.
And when you say a few more, how many are we talking about?
I would need to refer to my notes,
Okay.
less than 20.
Okay. And at some point, is it my understand? Is it your understanding? Caught myself. Is it your understanding that it's possible to obtain DNA from hair samples?
Correct. For the type of testing that I do, we need a root present. That is where the nuclear DNA is present. There are other types of testing that can be done on hairs without roots.
Right. So in essence, what I understand I'm hearing is that DNA can be pulled and derived from hair samples, correct?
It can be. It's somewhat hit or miss.
Okay. And but as far as the latent prints, did you do DNA testing on those latent prints as well?
I did. And again, only one of those had a DNA profile, and that was consistent with JJ Vallow.
Okay.
And that was from the tape from his hands.
Okay. Now you talked about originally, you spoke of the various ways that DNA can be found on some of these tools, correct?
Yes.
And it could be done by way of sweat.
For handler DNA or just touch DNA, yes.
Okay. And then as far as breathing on something, if there was spit or moisture or even the breath can leave a sample of DNA, correct?
Correct.
And in addition, if the person actually touches it with their hand, there could be particles from the hand that would leave it as well, correct?
Yes, skin cells could be left behind on that item.
Okay. And your testimony was that it was your belief that because these tools were in Chad Daybell's garage, that you would expect to find Mr. Daybell's DNA on them, correct?
That's very reasonable, yes.
Okay. Now, your investigation was targeted at that point to assume that you weren't going to test those handles, or at least the handle portions, because you would have already assumed that Mr. Daybell was on there. Is that correct?
Well, when they were requested for blood and human remains. In order to swab them, that would have been consumptive. And on at least one of the tools, there was also the possibility of getting latent prints. So you would want to make that decision before we just went ahead and swabbed it if you had wanted it, or if anyone had wanted a different testing
And
method.
at no point, nobody requested that they wanted that, correct? No. Did they request, and the request would have come from the police to you, is that right?
Yes, or the court.
Law enforcement,
Yes.
okay. Or the prosecuting attorney
Yes, or by court order.
by court order, okay. And in this situation, who was the one who provided you with the request to do this testing?
This would have been the police department investigating.
Okay. And at some point, you determined you weren't going to go further with DNA testing of the entire tools for Chad Daybell. Did you happen to get a request to test any and all of the tools for the possible DNA of Alex Cox?
That would have again fallen under the same swabbing of the handles.
What does that mean?
So as I mentioned, we did not receive a request for that. And then on at least one or more of the tools, you would have had to make a decision whether or not you wanted handler DNA or potential latent prints, because they would be looking at the same area.
But don't I understand that you didn't look for any DNA on the handles, isn't that correct?
Correct. Again, swabbing it on an item that maybe could have latents would destroy the latent print. So we were under some guidelines not to consume evidence during portions of the investigation. And so that decision was made not to potentially damage evidence.
And you're not aware, it's not your department to determine whether there were latent prints on the handles of these tools, right?
No.
That's a different department?
Correct.
So on one hand, your department looks for DNA, the other department looks for latent prints.
Yes, and we do work in concert, but there are some times, especially handles of items, where you might have to just choose one or the other.
But you chose neither on the handles with the DNA or the latent prints, right?
Correct.
And that goes for Alex Cox, correct?
Correct.
What about Melanie Gibb? Did you get any kind of authorization to test for either latent prints or DNA for Melanie Gibb on any of the tools?
No.
What about David Warwick? Did you test for latent prints or DNA on any of the tools for David Warwick?
No.
What about for Lori Vallow? Did you test for DNA or latent prints on any of the handles of the tools for Lori Vallow?
No, if I had swabbed them, everyone that I had a reference sample would have been compared to those samples, but we did not swab them.
And you weren't asked to do that, is that right?
Correct.
Now, I want to touch a little bit about soil and DNA. And you're smiling. Do you know where I'm going?
No.
Okay. That's why you're smiling. Okay. Well, isn't it true that in a situation where there's a body put in the ground, that the DNA can filter into the surrounding soil?
I suppose so, in the form of decomposition and the fluids that are released.
Okay. And if someone were to shovel around the soil, if there's decomposition or if there's any other particles and they have contact with those, that could be a source of DNA on any of the shovels, correct?
Potentially.
Okay. Can you tell me the date and time that the DNA and latent prints that you found were placed on those, or were found, or strike that, Judge, I apologize. Give me a moment. Can you tell me, I want to make sure, the date and time that the DNA came to be put on those tools?
I cannot.
Okay. Can you tell me the date and time when any latent prints would be put on those tools?
I cannot.
You can't ascertain when the DNA was on there. The only thing you're doing today is determining that there was DNA.
Correct.
And if I understand correctly, there's no DNA of any kind that you are responsible for of Chad Daybell. Is that right?
That's correct.
And the DNA that you found on the tools had the DNA of Tylee.
It did.
Okay. And you didn't check for Alex Cox, correct?
No, the only samples I ran were, again, blood or potential human remains.
And you didn't check for Melanie Gibb, right?
No.
And you were testing DNA in general on these tools. It wasn't that. Well, were you targeting it for just Tylee when you did your evaluation?
No, it's compared to all the reference samples that we had at that time.
So in other words, if whoever provides you with the reference samples, you use their reference samples and are limited to that target group of reference samples when you make your decision. Is that right?
For this case, yes.
Okay. Okay. And as far as other DNA found in the way of a hair sample, Lori Vallow was the only other identification that you made at this point, correct?
That identification was made by Bodie Labs.
Okay. And then the additional hairs that were sent off, that's for a future time potentially, correct?
I did not send those out. I simply collected them and then they were ultimately returned to the agency.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay, Judge, I don't think I have anything else.
All right, that'll conclude cross-examination then. Redirect.
Just very briefly, Your Honor. Ms. Stace, in some of the questions you just answered, you mentioned consumptive testing.
Yes.
What does it mean when you say consumptive testing?
It means that in order to obtain a DNA profile, we would need to use the entire sample. So on a very small blood stain or the root of a hair, you would only get one try at it.
Is it fair to say that one of your guidelines is you generally try to preserve evidence as much as possible?
That's leading.
Overruled.
Yes, it is our policy to receive permission to consume evidence in cases.
And you were asked about the amount of DNA testing you do, or you did in this case. Have you ever been on a case where you tested every single possible DNA sample?
In general, on a big case, no. I mean, there's sometimes where there's only one in a small case, but in a large case, no. It is our policy that we test to answer questions and then do our best not to overly consume evidence, just to test more of the same thing.
And you were asked about testing against Melanie Gibb. You did see that Bodie lab report, correct?
I did.
And was Melanie Gibb one of the test subjects in that?
She was.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Judge, I'd like some follow-up based on the,
Your Honor, I didn't go anywhere that he didn't go and cross.
Yeah, I agree. There's no recross on that narrow redirect, so that'll conclude the testimony of Ms. Dace. Is the state intending to keep her under subpoena or recall her?
Your Honor, at this point, the state would probably keep Miss Stace under subpoena.
Okay, so Ms. Dace, there is an exclusionary order, meaning witnesses shouldn't be watching or viewing in any way the testimony given in trial. So because you still may be recalled, I'll admonish you not to watch the proceedings since they are available to watch where the trial is being streamed online. If you are released from your subpoena, you'll be contacted by the state or the court to advise you of that, and then that order would be lifted. So thank you for coming in and testifying. That will conclude your testimony this morning.
Thank you.
All right, if the state would like to call its next witness, you may.
It would call Colin Nesbitt, Your Honor.
okay, yeah.
I solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Okay, thank you.
All right, now that the witness has been sworn, I will inquire, have you had any, have you reviewed at all any of the trial testimony by watching the trial online or any observation here in court?
I have not, sir.
Okay, have you talked to anyone else about testimony they've given during this trial?
No, I haven't.
All right, thank you for answering those questions. Ms. Beatty, if you'd like to inquire on direct, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, can you please state your full name and spell your last name?
Colin Drew Nesbitt, Nesbitt,
And where do you work, sir?
the Kauai Police Department in the state of Hawaii.
How long have you worked with the Kauai Police Department?
A little more than 17 years.
And have you been in law enforcement for 17 years, or did you work in a law enforcement position prior to that?
No, that's it.
What exactly is your job title at the Kauai Police Department?
I'm currently a sergeant assigned to the Patrol Services Bureau.
All right. And prior to being a sergeant for patrol services, what was your title?
I was a detective.
Were you a detective for the Kauai Police Department in 2020?
Yes, I was.
What type of training and experience did you have to assist you in your duties as a detective?
I've had roughly 790 hours of basic academy training. And then I've had about 500 additional hours in major crimes.
And what exactly were your job duties as a detective in 2020?
I was assigned to the major crimes unit, so we handled death investigations, sex assaults, and violent crimes.
On January of 25th of 2020, did you have occasion to come into contact with two individuals named Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell?
Yes, I did.
Why did you come into contact with those two individuals on January 25th of 2020?
We were assisting Rexburg Police Department with serving a legal document for Order of Protection Act.
Can you describe what that legal document, the significance of that legal document? What was that legal document?
It was ordering Lori Vallow to bring the JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan back to the Department of Health in Idaho.
And you made contact with Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell that day?
Yes, I did.
Where was this contact?
It was at 4141 Queen Emma Street in Princeville, Hawaii, and they were in the swimming pool area. It's a condo complex.
Okay. And approximately what time was this?
It was served at 2:39 p.m.
And when these papers were served, who was with you?
Detective Chad Cataluna and Lieutenant Christopher Collier.
And did somebody record the interaction that you had with Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was that?
Lieutenant Christopher Collier.
May I have the witness handed what's been marked as States Exhibit 205? I also have a courtesy copy for the court, and I previously provided a copy to defense counsel yesterday. And the one with the initials goes to the witness.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Sir, what is that?
USB drive.
All right. And do you know what is on that USB drive?
Yes, I do.
What is on that USB?
Yes, I do. Sorry.
What is on that USB drive?
Be a video of serving the legal document that we just spoke about.
And how do you know that?
Has my initials and the date on it.
Okay. And if I could be handled that exhibit? Your Honor, the state would move for admission of Exhibit 205.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
All right, Exhibit 205 is admitted.
And Your Honor, if I may publish.
Yes.
Right. Go on. Are you standing, Lori? Ms. Valley, you can serve. You have any questions regarding that? So it is 14:39 hours on January 25th. Any questions? You have any questions for that? No? Okay. All right, have a nice day. Have a nice day.
Sir, did you have any further interaction with Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow on January 25th beyond what was seen in that video?
Not on January 25th.
At some time after January 25th, did you have further interaction regarding Chad Daybell and
Yep.
Lori Vallow?
Yes, I did.
What day was that?
January 26th.
And why did you have further interaction with Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow?
And Judge, just as a matter of, could we ensure that we have a clear record of the year that they're referring to? Because I think that's been left out, counsel.
Was that the next day, January 26th of 2020?
Yes, it was.
And what was the nature of that interaction?
We obtained a search warrant and we were serving that search warrant.
What was the subject of the search warrant?
It was for the person of Lori Vallow, Chad Daybell, the condo unit in Princeville, as well as their vehicle.
When you made contact with Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow on January 26th, where were they?
They were inside their vehicle.
Okay. Did they cooperate when you executed that search warrant?
Yes, they did.
And did you in fact perform a search of the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Where was the search of the vehicle performed?
It was at our evidence warehouse.
So the vehicle was taken from the location where they were picked up, and then the vehicle, or where you made contact with them, I should say, and then the vehicle was taken to a second location.
Correct.
Okay. Did somebody take photographs of the execution of the search warrant of that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And if I could have the witness handed what's been marked, the state's exhibit 234A through Z. There's a courtesy copy for the court, and defense counsel was provided a courtesy copy yesterday.
Thank you.
And sir, if you could just look through those and then hand them to the bailiff when you're done. Thank you, sir. Can you tell me what's depicted in State's Exhibit 234?
Those are the photos from the search warrant
And what date were those photos taken?
on the 28th, 2020, January.
So just to be clear for the record, the actual search of the vehicle took place 2 days after Chad and Lori were served with a search warrant?
That is correct.
Okay. And who took those photographs?
Our crime scene lab technician, Christian Vlauten.
Were you present when those photographs were taken?
I was.
And Your Honor, the state would move for the admission of State's Exhibit 234A through Z.
There will not be an objection from the defense, Judge.
Okay. And to make the record clear, Ms. Beatty, is that an inclusive, or have you removed anything between A and Z?
I have not, Your Honor.
Okay, so thank you. Exhibit 234A through Z inclusive is admitted.
And Your Honor, I would just move to publish on the Elmo here.
You may.
Thank you. So we will start with State's Exhibit 234A. Okay, get used to this. Can you tell me what's depicted here?
No, that's the overall, the front of the vehicle that was seized.
And whose vehicle was that?
It's a rental vehicle that Chad and Lori were in.
Okay. And can you tell me what's depicted in State's Exhibit 234B?
It's an initial view of the front door driver's side, and Lori Vallow's purse on the seat.
And 234C?
Close up of the same.
Okay. I'd like to pause here for a moment and ask, did you find anything of evidentiary value in Lori Vallow's purse while you were searching Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow's rental vehicle?
Yes,
Can you tell me what that is?
from the purse.
Yes, sir.
There was a cell phone in the side pocket, and there was a debit card with I think it was a BBVA Compass debit card with the name of Tylee Ryan on it.
Can you tell me what's depicted in 234D?
That's the door jamb on the driver's side between the driver's seat and the door jamb on the floor, and that's a credit card or the debit card.
Okay. 234E?
That's the debit card with Tylee Ryan.
234F?
The back of the same debit card.
Thank you. Can you tell me what we're looking at in 234G?
That's the cell phone that was in the side pocket of her purse.
What was done with that cell phone after the execution of that search warrant?
All those items were shipped back to Rexburg.
Next, we're going to look at 234H.
That's the passenger side rear door initial view, and a bag on the floorboard, and then a couple bicycles in the cargo area.
Okay, and when you say a couple, how many bicycles were in the cargo area?
There were 2 total.
Were those children's bicycles or adult bicycles?
They appear to be adult bicycles.
Can you tell me what we're looking at in State's Exhibit 234I?
It's the passenger door.
Okay. And was that the front passenger door or the rear passenger door?
I'm not sure.
Okay, fair enough. I'd like to point to the bottom corner here. What was that item?
Oh, that's the bag that was on the floorboard. So that would be the rear passenger door.
Okay. $234J.
Initial overall view of the rear cargo area with suitcase, a JanSport backpack, and a couple bicycles.
Okay. $234K.
It's a Hawaii Robin Ruth handbag.
And is this the same handbag that we saw a couple photos ago on the rear passenger floorboard?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And did you determine what the contents of that bag were?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And then what are we seeing here in 234L?
That's overall of some of the contents that were in the bag.
Okay. Can you kind of describe what we're looking at here?
Yeah, there's in this one, there's 2 Apple laptops or iPads, a manila envelope, and a folder, and a Visions of Glory book.
Okay. $234M.
That's one of the iPads.
Okay. 234N,
the second iPad.
okay. Two 34O,
Another iPad in a black OtterBox.
and what do we see on the back of that iPad?
JJ written in red.
Okay. Two 34P,
That's the other side of the iPad.
and that would be the other side of the iPad with the initials JJ on the back.
Yes, ma'am.
And let me know if you need me to zoom in here, but what are we looking at in 234Q?
That is death certificate for Leland Charles Anthony Vallow.
Do you recall how many copies of death certificates there were for Charles Vallow?
I believe there were 14 in this packet, and then there was 3 in another packet, so a total of 17.
Did that seem strange to you?
Um, it's a lot, but
Sure. And what else are we looking at over here on the right-hand side?
that's a real estate paper for the condo unit that they were renting.
Okay. Two 34R,
Say,
I can zoom if you need me to.
yeah, I know there's 2 social security cards, one with Joshua Vallow and one with Tylee Ryan. There's I believe at the top left-hand corner is a live birth certificate for Tylee Ryan. And I can't really see the bottom one.
Yes. The bottom one. It's a little blurry here. Are you able to discern that, or do I need to, I could have it handed to you as well.
Yeah, I can see that.
We just hand him this, and just for the record, he's being handed 234R. Can you tell me what we're looking at there? On the bottom middle of 234R.
It's a birth certificate.
For who? If you're able to read that.
Honestly, I can't read it.
Okay. Are you able to tell what's on the bottom right side?
It's another birth certificate,
Uh,
and I'm sorry, it's so small that I'm
That's okay.
having a hard time reading it.
Is it possible that it could be a death certificate? On the lower right-hand side. And if you can't tell, that's completely fine.
Yes, it is from the state of Arizona.
Okay. We'll move past 234R.
Sorry.
No worries. It's a very tiny print. Thank you, sir. Moving on to 234S. Let's see, maybe we'll turn it this way. Can you tell me what that is?
Yes, certification of birth from the state of Louisiana for Trahan and Kanan Todd.
234T.
Blue Sky Property Management document for Lori Vallow, Tylee Ryan, and Joshua Vallow.
And was that, where was the property? Does this document indicate where that property was located?
Rexburg, Idaho.
And Judge, again, can I have her recite which exhibit this was?
That would be 234T. Thank you, Mr. Pryor. Okay. And all of these items were found in that blue bag?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. 234U. Can you tell me what this is?
That's a letter from Chad Daybell, from Chad Daybell to Alexander Cox,
Okay. What's the date on there?
November 24th, 2019.
And what is the title under that date?
Patriarch Chad Daybell.
This was also found in the blue bag on the passenger side of the vehicle.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then 234V. Can you tell me what that is?
It's a JanSport black backpack that was found in the rear cargo area by the bicycles.
Okay. We're going to go a little out of order here. 234X.
It's a patient summary with sticky notes on top.
Okay. And do the words on those sticky notes have any significance to you?
I don't know what any of that means.
Okay. I'm going to leave it up here for a moment so the jurors can look at those sticky notes and see the words on there. Okay. Getting close to the end here, 234Y. What are these?
A silver MacBook Pro and a HP laptop.
Okay, and were those also found in the black JanSport backpack?
Yes.
All right. What's this? I'm sorry, let me read you the exhibit number. 234Z.
I believe it's the other side of the black HP laptop.
And these iPads, laptop, and cell phone, were these all sent for processing somewhere?
Yes, they were.
Where was that?
Back to the Rexburg Police Department.
The last thing I want to show you is States Exhibit 234W. What is that?
Envelope with US currency
Where was that found?
in the backpack.
How much US currency is in there
All total, there was 10,500.
in cash?
Yes.
Your Honor, if I may have just a moment.
You may.
And Judge, could I ask again, the last exhibit, what number was that?
234W. Were you present when a search warrant was executed on the condo complex where they were staying?
Yes, I was.
Did you find anything of evidentiary value in that condo complex?
Yes, I did.
And let me back up just a little bit. What date was that search warrant executed?
That was condo complex. It was the 26th of January, 2020.
Okay. And did you find anything of evidentiary value?
Yes, I did.
What was that?
There was a couple rubber type wedding bands, and I don't recall what else. I believe there was only about three items taken.
When you were searching the condo complex, was there any sign that children were living there?
No, ma'am.
Was there any sign that children had ever been there?
No.
Okay. I have no further questions for this witness.
All right, Mr. Pryor, you can conduct cross-examination.
Judge, could I have exhibits 234, please?
Yes.
I was just checking. Good morning, officer.
Good morning, sir.
Now, sir, you viewed the video at the time and you saw it up at the screen, correct?
Yes, correct.
At any time during that video, did you recall Mr. Daybell making any comment?
No, I do not.
Do you recall seeing Mr. Daybell looking over to see what the papers were
Yes, I did.
saying? Okay. And would you interpret his actions as trying to read or understand what Miss Vallow was being served with?
Yeah, it seemed like he was looking to see what that was.
You had an interest in seeing what this was all about, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you mentioned previously that this was an order regarding, was it a health and welfare order?
It was a order for Lori to bring the kids back to Idaho. I believe it was the Department of Health for Rexburg.
Okay, and so it was an order of custody to turn the kids, a custody order, turning the kids over to authorities back in Idaho.
Yes, sir.
So in essence, it was when Mr. Daybell would be reading it, that's what he would read, is that there was an order, custody order, saying that the kids are to be returned back to Idaho. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you discussed a little bit about the credit card that was found on the driver's side, correct?
Yes.
And who was driving that vehicle?
Lori Bell.
Okay. And then the other items you said of pertinent interest were in the back seat of the vehicle, correct?
The cell phone was in the purse on the driver's seat, and then other items in the back of the vehicle. Yes.
And in this particular situation, you testified previously that Lori Vallow was the one driving the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And then there were 3 other seats, correct?
Yes.
And where was Mr. Daybell sitting?
He was sitting in the front passenger seat.
Okay. And you found nothing of evidentiary interest on Mr. Daybell's side of the vehicle, is that right?
That is correct.
And then in terms of the, I noted that on one of the exhibits, (234B), and Judge, I may ask that the witness be handed 234B. I noticed that on the console between the seats, there's a book. Do you have any and it's terribly difficult to see that, but do you have any recollection of what that book is?
Not really.
You don't know of what faith that book comes from?
No, I don't.
Okay. Judge, or Mr. Bailiff, thank you. Then you went on to talk about a blue, was it a bag or a suitcase?
There was a Hawaii Robin Ruth handbag.
Okay, and who would that be assigned to? Do you know?
I don't know.
You don't know who the owner of that bag was?
No.
And in the contents of that bag, you found what?
Most of the stuff, death certificates, birth certificates, social security cards, 3 tablets, and some other items.
Okay, and where was the location of that bag?
It was in the rear passenger seat, right behind where Mr. Daybell was sitting.
Okay, and then you talked about a black backpack. Were you able to ascertain who owned the black backpack?
I was not.
Okay. Now, when you stopped the Daybells, this was a traffic stop of some kind?
Yes, it was originally.
Was there any indication that Miss Vallow was trying to flee at that point?
No, there was not.
She cooperated fully with you?
Yes, she did.
And at any time, did Mr. Daybell make any statements during that stop?
No, he did not.
Okay, did he cooperate fully with you?
Yes, sir, he did.
And there was no indication that Mr. Daybell was trying to flee at any point. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Judge, may I have a moment?
Yes.
And I noticed that on Exhibit W, you had talked about the currency. Where did you locate the currency?
That was in the backpack.
And again, you don't know who owned that backpack.
I don't have definitive proof who owned the backpack.
And again, can you identify these specific items that you found in that backpack again?
There was a silver MacBook Pro and a black HP laptop.
Okay, were you able to ascertain who was the owners of those respective devices?
No, I did not.
Okay, what else did you find in the backpack?
The currency.
Okay, anything else?
There was, yes, there was like a wallet with 4 credit cards in there.
And whose credit cards were those?
Chad Daybell.
Okay. Any other items found in the backpack?
There was, yes, there was a death certificate and a marriage license.
Okay. Anything else?
That's all I can recall at this time.
Judge, I have nothing else. Thank you.
All right, that'll conclude the cross-examination then. Any redirect, Ms. Beatty?
Oh, sir.
Mark, we have a brief sidebar.
Sure.
Well, $10,000 is what I'm saying. 10 G's. Boy, you know, oh, never mind, they're back.
Just a couple of questions.
Sure.
Mr. Pryor asked you if Mr. Daybell said anything when you made contact with them in their vehicle on the 26th, correct?
Yes.
And he didn't say anything.
Not that I recall.
He didn't say, "What's this about?"
I don't remember him saying anything.
Okay. And you were asked if the defendant or Lori Vallow tried to flee, correct?
Yes, I was.
And you were contacted by the Rexburg Police Department?
Yes, I was. Well, not me directly, no.
Of course, your agency, fair to say your agency was contacted by the Rexburg Police Department.
Yes, correct.
Is that because Chad and Lori had left Idaho?
I assume so.
Okay. And just to clarify something, you were asked about whether anything of evidentiary value was found in the passenger side of the vehicle.
Yes,
Okay. Was anything of evidentiary value found in the passenger side of the vehicle? Not
No.
the front seat, but the entire passenger side?
yes.
Just as a clarifying question.
Yes.
Okay. And what was that?
That was the Hawaii Robin Ruth bag with all the contents.
And was one of the contents of that bag a patriarchal blessing
Yes, it
from
was.
Chad Daybell? Okay. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. That will conclude the testimony then of this officer Nesbitt. Is the state intending to have him recalled
No, thank you, Your Honor.
from the defense?
Judge, there's no subpoena on this witness, and I'm not calling him back.
All right, Officer Nesbitt, then you are excused. Thank you for coming in and testifying today, and you can go ahead and step down, and I'll ask the state to call another witness.
Your Honor, the state's going to be calling Ben Dean. I do apologize. I did make a mistake this morning, thinking I brought up my folder for Ben Dean with his exhibit. I did not, so I'm going to ask for just a very quick break to run down to our room and grab that. And I do apologize for wasting anybody's time.
Well, that's fine. We'll take a brief recess to allow you to get that, Mr.
And then
Wood.
we'll have him on very shortly.
Okay, if everyone wants to just stand up for a moment. I don't know if the jury wants to retire back to the hallway for a minute. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay.
Well, how far is that dang office of his? I just thought he was going down the hall. I didn't know he was like gonna leave for so long. But it's given Chad and John Pryor time to study over there, because I see him looking at little things on that computer. I wonder if it's pornography or they're studying for the actual trial. This music makes me want to like make up a beat poem or something. Remember that when people made up beat poems? That was before rap, y'all. Heidi's mom says, I love that we see Larry cheesy, but it's comforting to know that he and Kay are there, and it's like he's a security guard. I miss that. Excuse me. He's a security guard for the kids' justice. I think so too. Him and Hermazia. They said, excuse me. Hermazia has been in the courtroom every day too, they said. So he is like seeing it through. He's doing just like Melanie Pulaski said. He's not going to quit. They probably, yeah, I guess they're having a restroom break while Mr. Woods runs down to his office to get the correct envelope of stuff about his witness. They act like they're guarding Chad and John Pryor. Do you think that they're afraid somebody's going to come in there and shoot them or something? Or do you think that they're like guarding them because they're afraid that John Pryor and Chad Daybell are going to get wild and make a break for it? It could happen. You know, if John Pryor had the question, he said, did it seem like Chad Daybell was hiding or trying to get away? Well, that's a very good damn question. Why didn't he hide or try to get away then? I really think that he believed his own Kool-Aid. He believed his own junk because he's sitting up there saying that, well, here comes Mr. Woods running back. He's got that lady with him. All right, now. So I'm going to let it loose with the music. And I'll hop out of here as soon as they do something. Because they got to call the new witness. All right. I'm going to remove myself, y'all, and hope they start.
All right, Mr. Woody, you ready to call your next witness?
Sorry.
That's fine.
The state would call Ben Dean.
Very well.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
All right, the witness has been sworn. I have a few questions before we start the direct examination. Mr. Dean, have you watched any of these trial proceedings on the court's online streaming or through any other source?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Have you talked to anyone about any testimony they've provided here at trial?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you for answering that. Mr. Wood, if you'd like to inquire on direct, you can do so.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you state your name and spell it for the record?
Benjamin Dean, Benjamin Dean.
And where are you employed?
The Federal Bureau of Investigation.
What position do you currently hold at the FBI?
I'm an intelligence analyst.
And how long have you been an intelligence analyst at the FBI?
About 8 years.
Can you describe your educational, professional, and training background to hold that position?
Yes, I obtained a bachelor's degree in foreign language and foreign area studies. And then my first position in the FBI was with the language services section, where my job was to review and report on the lawfully obtained electronic communications of predicated case subjects in different parts of the country. Later, I became an intelligence analyst after attending and completing the basic field training course at the FBI Academy in Quantico, Virginia. And that was a 3-month course that consisted of classroom instruction, exercises, and exams on a number of different topics, including analytical writing, threat analysis, and raw intelligence reporting.
And what office of the FBI are you currently assigned to?
The Salt Lake City field office.
What are your day-to-day responsibilities?
My main job is to review is to analyze information and make assessments regarding specific threats. And so some of my day-to-day tasks might include reviewing information from a broad range of sources, looking for trends and patterns in that information, and then writing reports or giving briefings with findings and recommendations. And then since I currently work on a criminal investigative squad, I often provide support to active cases.
Do you have any specific training or experience in reviewing electronic communications?
Yes,
Can you explain that experience?
sure. During my time with the language services section, I attended a week-long course focused on best practices and techniques in monitoring and reporting on electronic communications records. I later at the FBI Academy received training in digital evidence collection and exploitation and in the use of telephone analysis software. Since then, I've completed virtual and in-person trainings on that topic, on that subject. And of course, as an analyst in the field, I've had several occasions where I've reviewed those types of records in support of active cases. And so while I'm not an expert in the field and I am not a digital forensics examiner by trade, I have been able to gain some working knowledge and familiarity with the subject.
Have you been involved in the investigation into Chad and Lori Daybell?
Yes.
When did your involvement in this case, in the Daybell case, begin?
It began in late March of 2020.
What was your initial assignment in the case?
My initial assignment in the case was to review tips that had been submitted by members of the public in response to a press release that was issued by the FBI and the Rexburg Police Department on the 5th of March, 2020, regarding Tylee Ryan and JJ Vallow, who were missing at the time. And both Tylee and JJ had been seen at Yellowstone National Park on the 8th of September. And so the press release requested that the members of the public, anyone who had been to the park that day, who had visited and had taken photos or videos during their trip, to please send those in so that law enforcement could review them in hopes that they would aid in finding the children.
And do you recall, oh, you already answered this, you started working on this late March of 2020?
Yes.
Can you briefly describe the volume of tips and media you reviewed as part of that initial assignment?
I would estimate somewhere between 600 and 800 unique tips were submitted by members of the public in response to that press release. Some of the tips had only text information that the tipster thought could help, and other tips had multiple media file attachments, photos and videos. And so in total, I would estimate I've reviewed several hundred photos or videos as part of the initial assignment.
Were you ever tasked with another assignment in support of that investigation?
Yes, I was.
What was that?
I was asked to assist with the review of electronic devices that were seized from Chad Daybell's residence on January 3rd of 2020.
And do you recall what devices you were to look at?
Initially, I was assigned to review data that was pulled off of a hard drive and a thumb drive.
And when did you complete your review of those devices?
I completed my review of those devices in May, sometime in May of 2020.
Were you asked to review any other data from any other devices?
Yes.
What were the additional devices you were asked to review?
I was asked to review the contents of 2 Blu-ray discs, each of which contained data that was extracted from electronic storage devices seized from Chad Daybell's property on January 3rd of 2020.
So the data you were provided was on Blu-ray discs.
Yes,
Were the discs labeled?
yes, they were.
How were they labeled?
Both discs had a unique FBI specimen number written on them. So one disc had the number IWR 091201, and the other one was labeled IWR 091202. And also both discs had the words working copy written on them.
Do you recall which disc you reviewed first?
I first reviewed the disc labeled IWR 091201.
And when did you begin your review of the disc? And when did you, I'm sorry, when did you begin your review of that disc?
Late May of 2020.
What was the process you used to review that data on that disc?
So I used a Blu-ray disc reader to open up the contents of the disc on work computer. I saw the main file folder on the disc was labeled, was titled IWR 091201. I went into that folder and found a subfolder with an application file. It's called cellbrightreader.exe, and also a UFDR file with the name IWR 091201 report.ufdr. So I double-clicked on the application file to launch the Cellbrite Reader software, and once it was fully loaded, I used it to open the UFDR file.
And can you briefly explain to the jury what is Cellbrite Reader?
Cellbrite Reader is essentially, it's a software program, and it allows for the review and analysis of data pulled off of electronic storage devices. And yeah, that's basically what it is.
And you mentioned a UFDR file. What is that?
So a UFDR file is basically a report containing all of the data items pulled off of a device, and UFDR files can be opened and viewed with Cellbrite Reader.
How does the data appear in Cellbrite Reader when you open it up?
When you open Cellbrite Reader, you'll see a list of categories on the left-hand side, and so that's because Cellbrite Reader organizes all of the data items that are on a device into categories based on the item's file type. So some examples of categories would be autofill items, calendar items, device contacts, things of that nature, and also communication items such as emails, phone calls, SMS or text messages, or multimedia or MMS messages.
All right. And what file types do you typically look at to determine the user of a given device?
Typically, I look at 4 areas. I look to see if there's a device user listed. I look at if it's a phone, I look at the phone number that's associated with the device. And I look at the content of any communications items that are on the device. And I also look at any photos or videos that could be on the device that may show me who the device belonged to.
So this device that you were recently just telling us about, or that the data that you had on this Blu-ray disc, did you look at all those file types for this device?
I did.
And when reviewing those items, did it become apparent what type of device it was?
Yes.
What type of a device was it?
It was an LG cellular phone.
Were you able to ascertain who the user of that device was?
Yes, there was.
How did you ascertain that?
I ascertained that the user of the device was Tammy Daybell, who was the wife of Chad Daybell. And that was apparent to me for several reasons. First, the device user was listed as Tammy. Second, the phone number associated with the device matched with the phone number for Tammy Daybell as it appeared in other documents obtained in this investigation. There were incoming messages on the device addressing Tammy. There were outgoing messages with the user, the sender, introducing herself as Tammy, or in the case of emails, signing off an email with Tammy. And there were group messages, direct messages, and phone calls with other members of the Daybell family and their spouses. all of whom were named as contacts in that device. And the content of the written messages suggested that the user of this device, of this phone, had a close family relationship with the Daybell children. There were also device notifications showing new posts by members of the Daybell family in a Facebook group called Daybells and Murs. There were photos on the device showing Tammy Daybell, both by herself and with Chad Daybell, their children and their grandchildren. And then finally, I did observe that all of the outgoing communication activity on the device ended the evening of October 18th, 2019, which I know to be the day before first responders discovered Tammy deceased inside her home.
For the record, do you recall the phone number associated with this device?
Yes, it was it was 801-669-4368.
I want to draw your attention to September 9th, 2019. Did Tammy's phone receive any text messages that day?
Yes.
Were there any text messages sent to Tammy's phone that day that caught your attention?
Yes, there were.
What was the phone number from which those messages were sent?
801-690-9374.
Is it possible that that was a 208 instead of an 801?
Yes, it is. 208-690-9374.
Was there a contact name stored on the phone for that number?
The contact name was Chad.
Throughout your review of this device, have you reviewed other messages sent by the contact save as Chad?
Yes.
And based on your review of those other messages sent by that phone number, who did you believe that that number belonged to?
Based on my review of the other messages, I believe that that phone number belonged to Chad Guy Daybell, who was the husband of Tammy Daybell.
And can you explain to the jury why you came to that conclusion?
Yes. First off, that same number ending in 9374 also appeared in other documents obtained in the investigation that associated the number as being one of the phone numbers used by Chad Daybell. There were that number ending in 9374 was also part of group messages with other members of the Daybell family and their spouses. Again, all of whom were named as contacts in this device. And the content of those group messages also suggested that the user of that phone number ending in 9374 had a close family relationship with the Daybell children. And also the communications, the content of the messages between the device user, Tammy, and user of this phone number ending in 9374 made it clear that they both lived in the same home and that there was another individual named Garth who lived in that home with them.
Your Honor, I would ask that the witness be handed what's been marked as State's Exhibit 229. I provided a copy to counsel and have a courtesy copy for the court as well.
Very well.
Agent, do you recognize what's been marked as State's Exhibit 229?
Yes, I do.
What does it purport to be?
It is a copy of text messages that were exchanged between Chad Daybell and Tammy Daybell on the 9th of September
What the hell happened?
What happened? Did I go to sleep and this happened?
They were standing up, and because I was painting the door behind me, and then I was like, okay, it got quiet. That's rude. You know, they could be like, hey, give me a second. And then everybody was standing up.
No, it's lunch break. He says that they're going to.
Oh
gosh.
I didn't hear any of that.
I didn't hear him say it, but I'm reading that Nate wrote 49 seconds ago that we will take a lunch break and be back at 12:45. So that's.
I mean, I wasn't watching it, but I was listening.
Went on and said, hey, we're breaking for today because by the time that's not going to, let's see, 12:45. I guess that'll give them an hour and 15 minutes this afternoon.
Wow. I'm reading Trace's comment. With her brother and 17 please accepted plea agreements of custodial interference. Look, she's moving her mouse. Or is that you?
That's me. I'm sorry.
Okay, I see the other mouse right there.
I'm going to get off of that. Sorry.
No. I
can read it in the other window. I can read it in the other window. Let's see.
I didn't either. I didn't hear nothing. It just, sounded like they were looking for their next approach.
It's the Thibodeau woman who took a plea.
Yeah.
I thought that, I was wondering earlier this morning, I was thinking there was a plea agreement about those kids in Arizona.
Yeah, the one kid, the Blaze Thibodeau.
Okay, I got it
Blaze,
mixed up.
and then his mom's name was his mom's name.
Spring.
His mom's name was
Rain
Spring, and I never can remember her brother's name.
Some other kind of waterfall of a thing.
Yeah. Wonder what their parents thought about. Never knew.
They were trying to be hippies and couldn't be.
Oh yeah. I need to turn my little window unit off. It's loud. It sure does feel good.
Well, we can't hear it. It may be making you not be able to hear, but we can't hear
I can't
it.
hear too good.
You got to get some earphones, because if you had earphones, you could hear and stay cool too.
Yeah, I don't need all that complication in my life. No, this computer didn't come with speakers. It's just like, I don't know. It's just how it came. And so I have to hook up external ones. And I have these, they're just the $20 Walmart ones or whatever. And I mean, they're maxed out right now. And I'm just like,
does it not have Bluetooth? Does that computer not have Bluetooth?
They wired, girl. They are wired.
Because the Bluetooth, you can just put on your headset and mow grass and everything.
Yeah. I mean, I do that with, my phone. But with this one, I had to, it don't come with all that. And I mean, I have like Bose. I have Polk. I have a couple Bose radios right here. I got a JBL speaker. I just I hooked it up to my one with the, I don't even want to say her name, Alexa. She'd be like, huh? Kind of
yeah.
The other one, SIRI. I have both. So
my mother can't say either one of those right, but they answer her anyway.
It's cool because they answer everybody when you don't even say their names.
Exactly.
Like,
exactly.
What? I'm like, nothing, hooker.
And Mama just thinks it's so funny because they use words like thank you or my pleasure and stuff like that. She said the machines are politer than people.
I know. Heidi says, what the hell? Something happened. Someone came in and got Boyce's attention. I don't know if that's a question or I don't see a question mark. So I'm assuming. Let me know. Let me know.
Maybe his stomach growled and he said, hey.
I mean, my stomach's growling.
Well, I
don't even know what I want to eat. Maybe a sandwich.
When we came back from that last break, I mean, I am like walking distance from our little town square, and I called and ordered my mother some chicken livers and baked potato and coleslaw. So I went down there and got that in a flash, and she's in there and thinks she's in heaven.
That's funny. That's cute. Oh, okay. So wait, I'm sorry. I just saw something else. And I lost it already and I can't go back to it. But it was something about Julie Rose video. So I'm going to play it. Just get ready for some
Go ahead.
F-bombs. Get ready for some F-bombs. Since we don't know, I think Judge Boyce broke up with us. All right. It'll switch to another window. So give me a sec. Let's go on to TikTok. Oh, all right. Everybody brace yourselves. Get your children out of the room. Grandchildren, no babies. Okay. This girl is, oh, I didn't even share the other screen. Let me go to it again. Share this one instead. Go. Oh. I hate that. Okay. I don't ever come in TikTok, so I don't know what I'm doing. Let me go turn my ear off so I can hear.
Okay, do that.
Oh my God.
I heard that she uses an eyelash filter, and somebody says when she moves, her eyelashes don't stay on her eyes.
Mm-hmm.
I need an eyelash filter to walk around with me.
Oh shit! I didn't mean to heart it. Damn! I was trying to. Oh my God! How do I unheart it? Anyways, let's go. Ready and play that shit.
You
Getting divorced
accidentally
for the second time. Lucky day, fellas. I can fuck whoever I want because my husband doesn't believe there's going to be an earthquake, doesn't believe in me or my gifts, and now I don't believe in myself either until I see the fucking evidence. So call down the demons, you fuckers. Let them rise from their graves, and the angels of light that work with me, or the demonstrators, start protesting because they want me for president because I'm the only damn person on this planet that gives a shit.
Oh yeah.
And I can't find a decent man who wants to fuck me.
Mm.
Oh, I find plenty of people that want to fuck me. Just nobody that wants to love me. And the one that I love doesn't want to fuck me. So he can fuck off. I'm in Orem. Hit me up. I'll do whatever the hell I want. I'm getting out of the cage.
Oh, okay. Where do we even start? So many things came to my mind.
But she said, she's like, I don't believe it anymore until I have proof.
Oh, I didn't even hear that. I was just too
Yeah, she
busy.
was saying, she was talking about her husband didn't believe her anymore. And she said she didn't believe it anymore either unless she had proof.
I heard
Maybe
that
that's
part.
not what she meant. Maybe that's not what she
I heard
meant.
that part, but I didn't. I stopped. It's like I stopped listening. I was like, what?
The demonstrators want her to be president.
Oh,
The demonstrators.
Julie Rowe 2024. Oh my Lord. Oh y'all. Okay, so since she dropped and broke the F-bomb seal. So one of my favorite memes is fuck the fucking fuckers for the fuckers fuck you. And that's what it reminded me of. Because I mean, go on.
Oh yeah.
You know?
I don't know if you know this, but there's a song like that about the Pope too.
Oh Lord.
We won't play
what
that.
was- Eric, that was about Satan. I'm just picking. I don't know. That's menopause right there at its finest. I'm just picking. That's something. Menopause. Something. It's called Why Don't You Be Nice? You know,
Yeah, she's
if you're not a shitty
cranky.
person, right? Somebody go F her. Please. She's a norm. Hit her up.
Oh my God. Oh my
You
God.
know?
My mother and I were talking about how crazy women are.
Oh,
That would be
oh God, you can't just do that in TikTok. You can't. Oh. Sorry, I'm freaking out. All right, go ahead. I'm listening.
I don't know what else to say
I'm
about it.
so
It's just
sorry.
that women, my mom goes like, how could those women fall for, she's talking about Chad and all that yesterday. And I said, women can, especially because it's the power and it wasn't money. You could see he had no money. He didn't look like crap, but they thought they had a leg up to God because of that.
Well, I mean, you can't rush out of one, especially a long marriage like that. You know, her husband's name was on that in the FOIA docs. You know how they have Noah's dispensation, you know, the 7 missions, the seven gatherers and all that stuff. Well, Jeff Rowe. What a horrible name, by the way. I mean, I'm not being ugly. It's just Jeff Rowe. Come on now. Just saying. That's coming
I
from
guess
somebody
it
named
was
Craig.
Jeffrey Rowe.
Look, Jojo. Jojo. Right there. Anyways, you go, girl. What a nice LDS lady. You share the same beliefs as the crazy. Oh my God. There's rumor you were asked to leave Chad Daybell's trial. Are you expected to testify? Uh-oh, she answered. Let's see. Well, oh my God, come on. Really? Is this normal? No. Really holy, really. Oh God. Okay. Oh my gosh. Okay. It says she's in the list, just can't be called because she's been watching the trial. Glad I stayed out of Orem. She can't get called, but she sure can go to jail over it. Boys ain't playing.
I
Oh my
think the
God.
fact that she had on what looked like a disguise. She came in
She
the
always
in the
wears
courthouse
that.
looking like she was like
Like
I
going to
was
the
trying to
beach.
think.
Like this. I
I
mean,
was thinking
whatever.
she looked like that. Well, I can't
I
remember
don't even
who I
know
was
where to
going to
go.
say. The well,
She looks like this. You know, with a hat.
exactly.
Yeah, like a hood
She
rat.
was.
I didn't say that out loud, did I?
I know that. You know what? I was listening. I was thinking about something that people used to
Probably like
say.
that. Okay, go ahead. I'm just.
I don't know what to think about that. Just she
I
is.
don't know. I want to play them, but I don't want to be struck. If it plays music, I'm going to mute it. Okay. So.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh shit. No.
Nobody trashes you.
Nope. Nope. Oh, come on, girl. Oh, you got two in the background. Oh my God.
Nope.
Me?
You're
Sarcastic?
not freaking safe. I'm just going to scroll through without the sound. Okay. Just so I can be safe. Ain't
I know
worth it.
that's right.
Not worth a damn copyright strike. Okay. I can one more and I'm done. Okay. So. Oh, hey. Right. Meow. That looked like a gun in the mouth. A pow pow in the mouth. Kinda. Yeah. Quit doing
Oh,
weird shit. You're supposed to get over that when, after you're 2.
she don't really look like she's a leader of religious people.
Well, that's even scarier, I think. She's a leader of these kind of people. You know what I'm saying? Like, this one says, "Bah ha ha, I love it." Okay.
It's so crazy that they took all of her, I mean, they're like, oh, she's so, she was making a lot of money and she was making Chad a lot of money, but that wasn't good enough.
I don't even know. I mean, if so, where was it? Like allegedly innocent made a very good point. It would be nice to have a forensic accountant to go over and go through Chad and Tammy's money, and basically after she died, and just kind of see where it all went. And it made me think
Won't he
about
have to give that back? Won't he have to give that money back?
No, they're gonna take it out on him in prison. That's one of his charges.
I'm
So
just
if he's
saying, like, if any of
convicted,
that money is laying around in the kids' account, they don't have to give it back either.
nope. Hope it was worth it. I hope Knott's Berry Farm was worth it. And cookies. Oh yeah. She just looks so unhappy. Wow.
And that was a small town that I'd like to know the demographics of exactly how damn many people moved there to follow Chad.
I don't think
Or
anybody
Chad's
except for
group.
damn Nancy and Mike James. That's it.
A lot of people came there. The place has grown a lot for that reason.
Because
So
it's got
I'm
a
thinking,
campus there too. I mean,
well,
they just
yeah.
put 2 temples, or they said, I don't know if they ever built the other one.
No, it's not built yet.
It's kind of like, it reminds me of, instead of them going and talking to Rexburg or addressing anything to do with Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow, it seems like it's that narcissistic parent again. Here we go. And it's like it threw money at its kid. Like, here, Rexburg, here you go. Here, we'll just give you another temple. Shh. Hush money, kind of like Chad did.
Yeah. And the temples, I was thinking to myself the other day, what is the purpose of a temple?
For
What-
worthy
what-
members to go.
I mean, it's a list of things that you can do there. According to them.
You can't feed the homeless. You can't, shelter the
No,
homeless.
you,
You can't even
baptism,
get in.
weddings, and sealings.
Only if you're temple worthy.
But still,
Yeah.
I'm just saying,
You can
whatever
do
they
filthiness.
do, it's much. They don't do much in the temple.
You get a new
I mean,
name,
really.
Donna. You get a whole new name, girl.
I don't mean to be insulting anybody there, but it's a very expensive building to not have any more accomplishments under its belt than baptisms and marriage, which you can do down here by a pond.
Right. Or through a drive-through, whatever.
Well, yeah, God approves of that. If you get baptized in a pond, you don't have to be in a temple, and you
Mhm.
don't have to get married in the temple. God
Mhm.
approves of weddings other kind of ways. That sealed
Yeah.
stuff, and then they were fighting about that Miss Pulowski wants to get her kids sealed to Ian. Well, they're already sealed to them. Brandon, how can she be taking his kids in the future forever when they're supposed to be his kids? And they're going to have their own planets anyway. So
She's already sealed to Brandon too. I don't know. I don't have them kind of mental gymnastics today. I'm like, what? Wow. Just bipolar disorder squint.
Bewitched says, I feel sorry for their dog.
Oh my
That's
God.
pretty bad. They can't even take care of a dog right.
This person said bipolar disorder squint. Just right here.
I just,
Anyway.
she needs to be in a hospital.
Oh, wait. let me
I
go
don't
back.
think maybe she needs to be in jail, but she needs to be in the hospital first.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just gonna leave that alone right now. I think I'm just processing right now. Oh, okay. Don't look into her eye. Don't do it. Don't. It's a trick. It's a trap.
She looks better without the filter.
Yeah, she don't look as scary.
That's scary.
That BS visionary stuff didn't work. So now I need me a man. Oh my gosh. A little bit? Yeah, right. What? Met you a few years ago and were very kind to us. Hopefully you get the help you deserve. She's doing that to everybody. So
Well,
I mean, I feel for her. I do. I don't know what to do. It's like a train wreck, and you're just like, what? I don't understand it. I'm not saying, I've had my low moments,
me too,
I
but
think
I didn't
we all
make videos
have.
about it.
Well, that's because they weren't popular. They weren't around. I'm not saying they weren't around because.
No, I did make a video before of a what do you call it? A bathrobe rant before myself.
I think I can play this one.
What
Oh,
the
no, I
hell is
can't.
she doing?
I can't. She's don't look her in the eyes. I'm telling you, that's that bippity boppity stuff right there. That I'm just like, what
Oh,
are you
she's
doing?
scary.
I know. I might have to go look.
I would say that Chad did have sex with her. Just
Oh
watching
yeah.
this running.
Oh no, they probably soaked. They did. They soaked.
I think that is impossible, is what I think.
Oh my gosh.
So call down the demons, you fuckers.
Oh yeah.
From their graves and the angels of light that work with me, or the demonstrators start protesting because they want me for president, because I'm the only damn person on this planet that gives a shit.
I wonder what her insurance rates are like.
And who wants to fuck me? Oh, I find plenty of people that want to fuck me. Just nobody that wants to love me. And the one that I love doesn't want to fuck me. So he can fuck off. I'm in Orem. Hit me up. I'll do whatever the hell I want. I'm getting out of the cage. Getting divorced for the second time. Lucky day, fellas. I can fuck whoever I want because my husband doesn't believe there's going to be an earthquake, doesn't believe in me or my gifts, and now I don't believe in myself either until I see the fucking evidence.
Oh.
So call down the demons, you fuckers.
Wow.
Let them rise from their graves, and the angels of light that work with me, or the demonstrators, start protesting because they want me for president because I'm the only damn person on this planet that gives a shit.
Nope.
And I can't find a decent man who wants to fuck me. Oh, I find plenty of people that want to fuck me.
Welcome to being
There's
a
nobody
woman.
that wants to love me. And the one that I love doesn't want to fuck me.
That's like
So he can
Roseanne Barr.
fuck off.
Just sounds
I'm
like
in
it.
Orem. Hit me up. I'll do whatever the hell I want. I'm getting out of the cage.
Okay. Well, that's enough of that train wreck right there. Woo! Sorry, y'all. I caught it kind of in the middle, and then I remember what Donna said, so I wanted to catch it from there. And then after that, I was like, well, we might as well go all the way, right? My goodness, it's just called, this is not the way. This is not it. So, insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. And I think this is a clear, it's clear that this is what's going on. You can't sit there and do this and expect anything better. If you, anyways, I don't have anything else for that. I mean, stay off TikTok. Maybe, I mean, I don't know. I'm not one to be giving relationship advice.
I would say that somebody's still giving her a lot of money, or she wouldn't have money to be driving around in a car acting so silly. She'd be having to get out and get a job.
Yeah. But but then again, I think that the church, and I'm not trying to name the church, but it is this whole it's like an independent society, it's like that's what they strive for. And when in Mormonism, I do believe, from my perspective as a Nevermo, they're all entrepreneurs, they market. The MLMs are so bad, or just not even that, but like in Salt Lake City in Utah, where every wife is pretty much staying home with the kids, and I guess to feel like they're bringing some money in, they start selling essential oils or whatever the latest craze is, and then it's like everybody's just screwing everybody else over, and it's so toxic. It's just so toxic in my opinion. So I think it's a good idea just to get out of the state and maybe go visit some places, not as a missionary, maybe just try and be in a more diverse people. And, because then you have, I'm pretty sure before this happened, I'm not saying that she didn't get her share of, haters, whatever you want to say, opposition. But it's just like Ruby Frankie. Whenever Ruby Frankie is, here she is, she's raised as a Mormon, okay? And they don't know any other life. It's just like you're born into this line of thinking, and you're told that you are chosen, you are a saint, and that you are here to, give us Gentiles, share with them the one true church, the one true gospel, bring us to Jesus Christ because we are wrong. And Ruby Frankie and Julie, these people are right. So I guess that's already lopsided as it is. It's like failure. It creates a narcissist, if you ask me. But it also creates this false world, this false reality or whatever. where you just have a lot of people saying, "Oh my God, you're so great," but then when you do see opposition, you think that you're just being persecuted because that's what you are taught. And to me, that is just like so messed. Just that aspect right there is messed up. Not to mention all the other things. So
if you started a relationship with somebody and they maybe the first week you started the relationship, they told you, now there's going to be people that are going to come to you and say to you that I am not what I am, but I am really what I am. And if you really believe in me and God,
yeah, that's
you
a
will believe in me. You know what I'm saying? They just
Yeah.
start, and you're thinking, oh, and then when your mother and sister says, I saw him, down in a bad part of town buying drugs, you'll say, well, it wasn't him. You just were mistaken. You wouldn't believe anything anybody tells you because he's already set you up and told you, don't be believing what people, they're just after me. They got it in for me because I'm cute or something, whatever reason is.
Yeah,
But
no, yeah. Yeah. Look at this. Over here to the right. That's crazy.
she must have really been drinking when she bought that filter.
Oh, right here. Oh my
Oh
God.
my gosh. I may have to get that filter.
I just feel like that sometimes. That's funny. Oh, yeah, I'm
may
about to
have
go
to get that
TikTok. No, I'm joking. I do have a TikTok. I just never, I'm like, oh my God, I should go and
Not
do
if we decided we were going to be on TikTok, just because me and you decided it and was going to try real hard, they would just the government would decide to take it away that day.
Yeah, China, right? They'd be like, oh,
we can't have them using it.
No. as ADHD as I am, I thought that's something I could be. I just don't understand it really. And I learned, I guess, over here on YouTube. So I'm more of a creature of habit. So it's just kind of different.
For
And
me
I
to
just
get
haven't got my feet wet.
For me to get obsessed about anything as much as these people are about the things they are is scary to me. I feel like
I can't
anything
say
that I
that.
was go ahead. I know we've got obsessed about this junk, but go ahead.
That's what I do. Yeah. I don't know. That's why I've questioned. It's just one of the reasons I question whether I'm on the spectrum or not, because when I grab onto something, I latch on and then when I'm done, I'm done,
Well, that's
and then
yeah.
I'm uninterested. I don't know if it's because it's my family. I'm pretty sure because I wasn't into true crime before that. I would watch a little Dayline. I would watch a little first 48, just that's nothing compared to this. I'm like, oh, this is hardcore or extreme, I guess you could say. And I'm aware of it. I know that. It's like I just have to see it through, I don't know.
It's been an education on many levels.
Oh, yeah. Yes, it has. Every day. And it's not all negative either. So
No.
I'm not going to sit there and say that. Yeah.
And a friend of mine, I met one of my really good girlfriends has another friend who is a Mormon, but she's a Jack Mormon and they do stuff together and this and that. And I've only met her one time, but ever since I've been studying, I can't wait to go see her again and talk to her and stuff.
Yeah.
And I don't think I think I can talk to her without insulting her and just be friendly.
Yes.
And
yes.
yeah, I feel so, Janice said that she's never got to be a temple recommend. Here she's a grown ass woman in her 50s, never been good enough to be in the temple, and her husband committed suicide. So she got somebody else. Her husband was not a Mormon to go in and be baptized for him and stuff.
Oh my goodness.
It's so sad to me that even though she's jacked, she's still hooked into it by her brain. And has all these feelings,
She hadn't wanted or needed to deconstruct or
right. But it worried her real bad that even if she wasn't going to make it, she wanted her husband to be sealed and everything and done right, Not
the
sealed,
sad
but
thing about it is
baptized.
that in this religion, particularly, only because I don't really know much about even my own, what I was born into, like I don't know.
I
haven't had to
know as
study it.
much about mine as I want to.
Well, I forgot.
I
Shit.
try to avoid learning anything new about it.
Right. Let's see. It'll come back, I'm sure. I don't remember. It was something maybe to do with the merit. Oh, the fact that they not even try, they succeed in controlling even a person's afterlife. It's so sad.
Yes.
I mean, it really is sad. Like, I mean, I've read forums and blogs about who's going to minister to what kingdom, and I can live without, this, and I can do this, and that. Yeah, that's okay. But, and I mean, I'm just like, what? It's so micromanaged, and it's really sad. Really. I mean that from the bottom of my dang heart, Sorry, I'm just looking. I'm kind of cleaning too.
One of the people, like I was watching that true crime squad, and they said that they thought that thumb drive that had their whole life and family story on it was probably the thumb drive that they had taken to the funeral home for the funeral. You know how they show a show of the family pictures, and that's probably what he had reused. I mean, not to say that was okay. It definitely was not okay.
But yeah, people do tend to blow it all. I get it. I get.
Well, we used to just have one copy of our family pictures. We didn't have like multiple copies, I mean, I can remember whenever like you get your pictures developed and they started like giving the second copy for, not much more. And suddenly you had 2 copies of your family pictures that you could share.
Yeah. Back in the day, huh? No, I mean, I made a video for my mom when I had just had my son. And I mean, I still have it. And I'm just like, I got to get this transferred over,
Do that. Because I made some things early on that I don't have anymore. And I wish I had it. I made a video of Tanya. When she was a little girl, I used to sew all the time. And so I had all these pictures of her in these little dresses and hats and things that I had made her. And I used the, I don't know if you know who Poe is, the singer Poe.
Oh, no.
But she had she had a song called Beautiful Girl. And I underlaid that under. I did that as a project when I was in school.
I just found it. I'm sorry.
I'm
sorry, I just found this. It says, "Staying out of the box. I'll be there." That's Melanie Gibb. That's under Jason Mal's Time to Warrior Up. And it just says 98 weeks ago. But this is when Chad was speaking here and preparing people. All are welcome to attend. I
hope Jason Mal's butt got real tight today while that was going on. I'm sorry. Go ahead and read.
I've been looking for this dang picture.
I want it too. I'm trying to take a screenshot.
Oh, no. Well, okay. If you want to. There it is. See, you see Jesus there. Hold on. Let me see. I want it.
He's a devil.
Sometimes it zooms in and sometimes it does not. It ain't doing it today.
I don't have
Chad's right here. Chad's right here. Thor's right here. This could be Thor's wife, but it also could be Serena Sharp. It's something with these conferences. I know that much. I don't know for sure, but pretty yeah. It's because I mean they're all and they don't talk about anything that anybody really cares about. 5/9/19. I wanted to put all these in order.
So, and I'm gonna interrupt you so they had a Visions of Glory book in a bag that got confiscated, and he had another one down at the beach. Or was that afterwards? Did they
Uh,
take the book from the beach when
she
they
got
confiscated?
served. She got served on January 25th, and then
When they took the van is
when
when
they
she got
took the
picked up,
vehicle,
right?
no, she didn't get picked up.
No,
She just didn't
no.
show up after the court ordered her within 5 days to produce the children. She didn't show up, so it was a contempt basically. And so then, oh hell, I forgot. Yeah, she was arrested. She was picked up.
How many
She was
damn books
extradited.
did she buy? She must have bought about
Well,
10 of them books.
$10,000 just right there in the damn bag, you know. Ugh.
Well, who did
October
that bag
26th. This
belong
is
to?
this is in
Go
St.
ahead.
George, Utah. This is where Chad and Lori met. October 26, 2018, sound check and final technical setup for the big event tomorrow in St. George, Utah. Can't wait to see all my friends and talk about the warrior ethos, right? His name is
Oh,
Richard, so we can call him Dick and not feel bad about it.
this is the one.
This is the one that I think is BS. Complete BS. Because, oh, how come that one zooms in? That's messed up.
You
This
know,
is the same weekend that JJ was murdered, September 20th through the 22nd. And then they're having, he's in Billings, or it says, the flyer says right here, 2929 Belvedere, Billings, Montana. It was a singles ward that he was allegedly going to speak at. And I mean, I've done the mileage, like how, and one could travel to and fro, but one could also use this as a, as a alibi. And I mean, just when you look at it compared to the rest of the flyers, Tim Ballard has some like this too that are just real basic, and I'm just like,
so
but go ahead.
that's connected to the church, right?
He works for the church. Yeah.
I'm just saying he was given a speech that was secular. That's secular, even though it's it's about secular things, selling you some products to prepare with, tents and shit like that.
He's not more. Yeah, he's Captain Moroni in the war story.
So what I'm wanting to know is why it's in the church.
Well, that's how they distance themselves, in my opinion, because they can endure. I mean, the church can employ people like Jason Mao, like Mike Stroud, and oh my God, just go down the list. Bob Norman, just pick one and just plug them in. Look at the ones who were meeting with Jody Hildebrandt. I'm just saying. Okay. And then look at Tim Ballard and Russell Ballard and all the other damn 12 apostles, who allegedly show up to meetings to endorse the whole Tim Ballard thing. Well, so you have people like this who work for the church and go on these speaking tours. Remember how Jason Mao said in his interview with Chandler Police Department, or was it with Rexburg? And he said, people are calling and they're messing with my job, basically like his speaking engagements and stuff. He was like, poor me, persecuted, so persecuted. And I mean, it's just, that makes me wonder right there. I need to go listen to it again because I don't know if I have that right, but it seems right. Yeah, it's something like that, like because the public, was messing with his livelihood basically. And I mean, it just doesn't add up. I've looked at all these people. I've looked them up, some of them, and there's not that many. And just, it says schedule, Friday, September 20th, 5 p.m. registration and housing assignments, Belvedere building, 6 to 7 p.m. dinner, 7 to 8 p.m. Richard, magical presentation. That's that weird guy from Canada. Okay, 8 to 11. Oh, he's a magician too. 8 to 11 mixer activities games. All right. And then Saturday, it says September 21st, 7:30 to 9, breakfast, 9:30 to 11:30, service projects and temple session. 11:30 to 1, lunch. 1 to 4, workshops. 4 to 5:30, break. 5:30 to 6:30, dinner. 7 to 8, keynote speaker is Jason Mao. 8:30 to 11, dance, activities, games. It's just so vague. And then Sundays, this is it. It skips this. There's no date for September 22nd whatsoever. Okay. It skips from September 21st, Saturday, September 21st to Sunday, September 23rd. And it says breakfast, 7:30 to 8:15 in the morning, 8:30 to 9:30 a.m., sacrament meeting, 9:30 a.m., pick up sack lunch and departure. Well, that just sounds like boring. Okay. And I mean, just reading these people's things. Russ and Kayleen Hall, commandment therapy, learning to love ourselves through loving God and our neighbor. Brady,
Pressure.
huh?
I'm sorry, but I looked up that website at the bottom,
Oh yeah, I have too.
and I was going to say, Jason was only there on Saturday. He had plenty of time to get back.
Yeah, I never even thought of that. Oh my God. I'm thinking he's there the whole dang weekend because
No,
what's going
his part
on.
is on Saturday.
Okay.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
And I mean, no, thank you. Because to me, I think this is just an alibi. Period. End of story. Like I just think nobody showed up here to this thing and they all went, doing their thing. Duct taping, partay. Whatever the hell they do. It's not good for sure because there's more people that need to have those silver bracelets and be standing trial, in my opinion. And at least get freaking swabbed. Okay. Jesus. What
Yeah,
the
I don't
hell?
understand that. What do they act like it costs a lot of money to swab people?
I mean, you're there. You that witness today. I mean, I was just like, why are we even here? Like,
And two, that thing about the consumptive, I looked it up, the consumptive DNA. That
Mhm.
means if they test it, they use it all up and there is no more.
Do y'all remember?
But if you've got bunches of them, why don't you do it even if it consumes some?
I know they had court hearings and stuff about this over the years. Consumptive testing. What is
Well,
that?
they should have done it. That was me. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I
okay.
moved
I'm like
my
behind the screen. Okay,
that was
yeah.
my desk. That was the sky falling.
No. But this one says Brady Keller, do you see what I see? Strengthening relationships in and out of church. Is he part of the strengthening committee member crew?
Yeah,
Josh
we know what
from-
that means. The opposite
Yeah.
of what it says.
Oh yeah. Between two goods, taking the long view when choosing how to use our time. Janine Olson, fire of the Lord. I'm good. Okay, go find you Melanie Gibb. Turning down the volume in a noisy world. Okay. Rush Cherry, weird name. Repent, refine, repeat. Felling your way to perfection via successive approximations to Christ. Lyle Knight, 10% happier, temporal and spiritual principles of financial security. Oh, Jaron and Lisa. I'm going to push mute. I hear him. He's so cute. Okay. I'm almost finished with that. Let's see. Temporal and spiritual principles of financial security. Jaron and Lisa Stonehawker. Walking in the spirit, remaining chaste when single. Anyways, real heroes right there. Weekend JJ was murdered. There was a whole Firm Foundation, Firm Expo conference allegedly going on at the same time. And that was what Melanie and David's whole point of going to freaking Rexburg, right? Not because JJ was turned into a zombie. You do the math, right? This is about the author. This was from Amazon.com. Jason Mao is a third generation Arizonan and was born and raised in Mesa, Arizona. Jason attended Mesa High School, where he lettered in 3 different varsity sports: football, wrestling, and track. Sang in the a cappella choir. Let me do this. Well, that's way too close. Oh crap! Now I lost my spot. Okay, was also a member of the high school LDS Seminary Council, an Eagle Scout. That's worrisome, and was very active in the community. After graduating from high school, Jason refused. He refused a college scholarship to serve a 2-year volunteer mission because he's so noble. He's such a good Mormon. Okay. Oh my God. Served a 2-year volunteer mission for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in the Spokane, Washington mission. After honorably serving as a missionary, Jason returned home and joined the U.S. Army. He served in the Army for 8 years as a paratrooper and military police officer. There he rose through the military ranks as a firearms, hand-to-hand combat, and CQB, or close quarters battle instructor. I mean, can you just dumb it down a little bit? Damn. Anyways, okay, instructor. Jason served on a joint federal counter narcotics task force, worked as a personal bodyguard for foreign heads of state and high-ranking military members. Interesting. And as a combat team leader deployed to hostile areas in support of America's interest overseas. He was a paid contractor. He probably worked for Blackwater. But anyways, the culmination of his military career came when he was chosen to be one of the team sergeants for the Army SRT, which is Special Reaction Team, an elite, and we'll just stop there now, an elite unit tasked with conducting hostage rescue missions and counterterrorism operations. In 1998, Jason left the Army and moved back to Arizona, where he worked as a police officer for the city of Chandler. I can't see anymore. Okay, let me back up. Oh, well, that would have helped. Let's see. Oh, I don't have them in order. It's not me. It's just like this damn app is crazy. Come on now. What the hell? Let me find the rest of that. It makes copies of the same thing, you know. So I spend more time filling up storage with something I was working on. Let's see. But I don't need like 5 copies, you know what I'm saying? So I try to weed them out whenever I get in here sometimes. So what is this? Oh, I think this is the alpha male. Oh. My little rabbit. I ran out of song. Oh. Oh, it didn't start over. Well, I mean, it did. Anyways, that's an intro I worked on a long time ago, last year, I guess.
I like it.
It was kind of on point, huh? I mean, for what we're dealing with, right? Pot stir shirt, pot stirrers unite.
Oh, thank you.
Hmm.
I said I need to go over there and work on those things a while.
I do too. I'm telling you though, I just like I slept and I wasn't in a foul mood yesterday. Like whenever I woke up, I didn't quite feel great, you know, like my allergies, and I was just like, ugh, like my muscles hurt, you know, just one of those kind of days. I was just like, ugh. Oh, and that was only half of it, Bernadette. I mean, I could find it, but I didn't want I didn't want to drag y'all through all that. It's I got a lot of crap, you know. Let me see what this one is real quick. It's a difficult research one. Oh wait,
You got to show it. You got to
yeah.
share it.
Can you switch? Oh no, you can't. I don't know. Let's see. Let me add this. There we go. It's just a difficult research one. You know, one that y'all have seen a bazillion times. But I like this part.
Is that after making a mistake, we need to face up to it. We need to tell the truth. That is integrity, telling the truth and honoring promises no matter the consequences.
Call me up. Earlier one.
I'm about to go off like a weapon. Fuel to the top, got a filled up engine. In my thoughts, obsession. I will not stop, no, I'm never second guessing. I got a God complex. Haters love to hate, but I never feel pressed. Got a lot on my plate, but I never get stressed. I'll take all the pressure like I'm acing this test. Tear it up like I'm Jason. I see the world like it's ready for the taking. I see this place like a game I'm playing. Straight to the bank to collect my payments. No negotiations, it's my way, I was born impatient. And like a damn Freemason, I'll run this nation. You call me a god. 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 I don't know how to stop. I just go till I drop. Whether it's working or shots, give it all that I got. You can watch me work in my element. Anyone in the way is irrelevant. Wanna cross me, cool, not intelligent. Cause I don't forget shit like an elephant. Go ahead and tempt me. Put it on the line and you'll come up empty. If I got time, I'm deadly. Never caught off guard, no, I'm always ready. I got a hand real steady. Look me in the eye and you'll see no hezzy. About to get real messy. I'll put you in a grid 6 feet like Kenny. Call me a god. Call me a god. Call me a god.
I'm called of God. Called of God.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Tim Ballard told me he'd been called of God.
And here
Some
you are.
wild-eyed prophet, like.
Love and he sings good. I give him that.
Made my life complete, and I
Oh, I don't have the ending. This is like the first one I made. This was the first take, I guess you could say. It just came together. I found that song and I was like, oh my God, yes. And it was free on YouTube. Oh yeah, it was mine. It was mine. The Jeep, you know, where he asked about the damn Jeep. Let's see if we can find it here. See, I had it, and then I had to like, yeah, I can throw these away. Some of these are just, you know, stuff I accidentally copied or whatever, was throwing it together in Canva and See how they do? Oh, here we go. But these aren't going to be good picks, but they'll do for right now, I guess. So that's Bruce Porter right there to the right, all the way to the right here. This is Jason Mao, and this is Tim Ballard in Patriarchal Grip, right? And that's April 18th or 16th. I can't see. 2019. Great evening. Speaking and sharing the stage with Tim Ballard from Operation Underground Railroad. Oh my God. Thanks to all who came out and listened as we talked about true warriors. Oh my goodness, right? I was trying. Now this is old. Found my spirit animal. And it's this dog. I'm sorry they're so crappy. I'm sure there's. This one was creepy. This was Jason Mao posts looking for electric saw. Monday, September 2nd, 2019. Yeah, Monday, September 2nd, 2019. An electric miter saw. Okay. August 1st, 2020. This is Come Follow Me. Book of Mormon evidence. Yeah. No apologies from Jason Mao at 912 Arizona meeting. Jason Mao. That's that talk where he's like, sounds like he's running for damn president. Oh my God. This is his first wife. Oh my gosh. I got it from We Saw the Devil. Oh, okay. I'm like, what? Linda Vista, Phoenix, Arizona. Love nature, love travel, love life. Life surrounds us with the most beautiful view. I think this was her Instagram account, but I got it from We Saw the Devil. And I mean, there's not much known about her except she divorced Jason Mao. So I can high five her for that. So that means they share kids together, right? Disney princess, his daughter, who's a Disney princess. Let's see. This was, I hate all these. I have to like find the damn dates because they're always everywhere. But if you'll notice, this is September 28th, 29th, 2018 in Sandy, Utah. 22nd. They have so many damn conferences. It ain't funny. Down here at the bottom is where, I mean, Digital Legend right here at the bottom, right here. That's Val Brinkerhoff.
All right, I believe we've got the text sorted out here. So the agents on the stand, if we could have the jurors brought back in, please. Thank you.
All right, please. Please, President, can for you.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. All right, when we left off for lunch, Mr. Wood, you were on direct examination. I think you had offered or were discussing exhibit 229. It was not yet admitted, and then we had an issue that we've resolved. So if you'd like to continue with direct, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I do believe, talking with counsel, that Exhibit 229 comes in by way of stipulation.
Okay, it's been offered. Is there any objection to the admission of Exhibit 229?
No objection.
Very well. Exhibit 229 is admitted.
Is your appropriate title agent?
No, it's intelligence analyst.
Can I just call you Mr. Dean?
Sure.
Mr. Dean, do you have Exhibit 229 in front of you?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
It's a copy of the text messages that were exchanged between Tammy Daybell and Chad Daybell on the 9th of September of 2019.
And how do you know this?
I know this because I reviewed these same messages during my review of the contents of Tammy's phone.
Other than the text messages themselves, what other information is shown on this page?
There are additional details for each of the messages on this page, including the direction of each message, whether it was incoming or outgoing. Different timestamps for each message are shown on the page. And also there are the source paths indicating where on the phone, where inside the phone, the raw information for these messages was maintained and stored.
Your Honor, may I publish Exhibit 229?
You may.
I believe that does. Agent, you mentioned, or Mr. Dean, you mentioned that there are different timestamps shown on this page for each message. Have you seen those timestamps associated with these messages before?
Yes.
And can you explain, to the best of your knowledge, why different timestamps are associated with these messages?
Yes. So when I first reviewed these messages in late May of 2020, I did so using Cellbrite Reader's timeline tool or timeline feature, which allows for the review of data items from multiple categories together in chronological order. And when I did that, only by default, only one timestamp was displayed as the primary timestamp for each item, for each message. And so it was that default timestamp that I used whenever I referred to these messages in written documents or when providing court testimony on previous occasions. That on this page, that timestamp, those default timestamps are labeled as the CR default times.
Do you have a pointer up there?
Sure.
If you can point out to what you're worried.
All right. So these times right here, CR default, those are the timestamps that I'm talking about now, and they're labeled CR default here because they're the default times shown in Cellbrite Reader. So recently, as I was refamiliarizing myself with the contents of this device and with these messages in particular, I still saw in Cellbrite Reader that these CR default times were still being presented as the primary timestamp assigned to each of those items. But I also observed that there was an additional timestamp for the incoming messages that show that they had been sent roughly 1 hour earlier. And those earlier timestamps were only visible when viewing the metadata for each individual message or by active extraction report in Cellbrite Reader to see the raw information for the messages within the phone's internal SMS database. And so on this page, those earlier timestamps for the incoming messages are labeled as the sent times right there. And they're labeled as such because that's how they're labeled in the phone's internal storage.
And with regard to those incoming messages and those two different timestamps, were you able to determine which of the two timestamps is most accurate?
Yes.
How did you make that determination?
I was able to make that determination by consulting telephone toll records for both Tammy's and Chad's phone number, covering this time period. And those toll records had been obtained early on in this investigation from Verizon, who is the phone service provider for both numbers, and they were obtained through search warrants that had been obtained by Fremont County Sheriff's Office and the Rexburg Police Department, respectively. And so what I did was, I had on one screen I had the Cellbrite Reader program loaded and opened up to display these 4 messages, and on another, I opened the folders that contained the Verizon search warrant return information for both Tammy's phone and for Chad's phone number. And I opened up the spreadsheets that specifically contained SMS message data or text message data. And I applied filters in both spreadsheets to only show the messages exchanged between Tammy and Chad on the 9th of September of 2019. And then I sorted those messages from oldest to newest. And after I took those steps, I saw that there were 4 messages in both of those spreadsheets, and there was 4 messages, of course, in the Cellbrite Reader window that I had open. I was able to see that the order of these messages and the directionality of the messages matched up in all of those windows. And I also saw that the timestamps in the Verizon spreadsheets under the message send date column matched up perfectly with the earlier timestamps that had been located in Cellbrite Reader.
All right. And are those those timestamps from the Verizon records also shown on this page?
Yes, they are. They're listed first of all the 3 timestamps. So they're labeled message send date, and that's because that's how they're labeled in the Verizon returns spreadsheet.
All right. And on this sheet, are those messages listed in the chronological order of the times found on those Verizon cell phone records?
Yes, they are.
Mr. Dean, will you, looking at that first message, who sent that message?
It was sent from the contact named as Chad.
And who received it?
The device user, Tammy.
And what time was it sent?
September 9th of 2019 at 10:53:16 a.m.
And will you read that message?
Yes. Well, I've had an interesting morning. I felt I should burn all the limb debris by the fire pit before it got too soaked by the coming storms. While I did so, I spotted a big raccoon along the fence. I hurried and got my gun, and he was still walking along. I got close enough that one shot did the trick. He is now in our pet cemetery. Fun times.
The second message, can you look at who sent that message?
It was sent by the contact named as Chad.
And who was it sent to?
To the device user, Tammy.
And what time was it sent at?
So, it was sent at 10:56:52 a.m. on September 9th, 2019.
Can you read the contents of that message?
Gonna shower now and then go right for a while at BYU. Love you.
And the third message, who sent the third message?
Chad.
The third message?
Excuse me. the device user Tammy sent the message to Chad.
And what was the date and time of that message?
The date was the 9th of September, 2019, and the time was 1:47:01 PM.
And what was the content of that message?
It read, "Good for you."
And the last message on that page, who sent the last message?
That one was sent by Chad to the device user Tammy. And it was sent on the same date at 1:48:14 PM, and it read, "I'm back home now."
So, Agent, you testified that you found these messages as part of your analysis of Tammy Daybell's phone. Correct?
Correct.
Why did these messages catch your attention?
The first message in particular stood out to me because it was simply longer and more detailed than any of the other messages that had been exchanged or would be exchanged between Tammy and Chad as they appeared on this device. So generally speaking, messages sent between the two were relatively short, and they dealt with things, routine matters, household matters, and things of that nature, such as whether one or the other needed to pick up a check or deposit a check, whether animal feed needed to be picked up for any of the animals that lived on the property, what time one or the other was coming home or leaving the house, and so on and so forth. And this message was the only one that was on this device in which Chad wrote to Tammy such a lengthy and detailed explanation of his day's events.
Okay.
And
Was there anything about the date of that text message that caught your attention?
yes, the date also caught my attention because if you recall from earlier in my testimony, my first assignment in this investigation was to review tips that were submitted by members of the public in response to that 5th of March 2020 press release by the FBI and Rexburg PD, in which the members of the public were asked to send photos and videos if they had been in and around Yellowstone National Park on the 8th of September of 2019, in the hopes that that information, those photos, those videos may give law enforcement a clue and aid in the investigation to locate both Tylee Ryan and JJ Vallow. And so after having reviewed hundreds of photographs and video files taken from all across Yellowstone National Park on the 8th of September of 2019, I was very much aware that that date was the last day that Tylee Ryan was seen alive. And so upon reading this first message here on this page, in which Chad...
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. This is becoming quite a narrative, and there should be some questions, I believe.
I can ask some more, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
So just kind of, in summary, what was it then that caused you concern about this text message?
It was the fact that this longer, more detailed text message, longer and more detailed than others on the device, was sent by Chad to his wife Tammy, explaining with some amount of care that he had started a fire, shot a large animal, and buried that large animal on his property. And it was the fact that he did those things. He was telling his wife Tammy that he did those things on the day after Tylee Ryan was last seen alive.
And were you ever made aware in your investigation where Tylee Ryan's remains were found?
Yes.
Where were they found?
They were found in the pet cemetery on Chad Daybell's property.
Your Honor, at this time, I have no further questions.
All right, thank you.
The exhibit is.
Do I also get permission to call you Mr. Dean?
You do.
Thank you. You had an opportunity to look at Tammy's phone and Chad's phone, is that correct?
I did not, but I did not review Chad's phone.
You looked at Tammy's phone.
Correct.
You looked at the contents of Tammy's phone.
Correct.
And would you agree with me that there were frequent discussions with other members of her family?
Yes.
You would agree with me that based on your analysis that there were 3 people that were living in the Daybell home on this on or around September 9th, is that correct?
Correct.
And those people would be who?
Tammy Daybell, Chad Daybell, and Garth Daybell.
Did you discover any information with any other of the Daybell family members, whether they lived close proximity to the Daybell property?
Not during my review of Tammy's device that I can remember, but over the course of other assignments that I had in this case, I did become aware that that yes, there were other members of the Daybell family and their spouses living nearby.
And who were those?
I believe it was Emma Murray and her husband, Joe Murray.
And do you know where approximately they lived?
I believe they lived sort of catty corner to the Daybell property.
Now, it's not your position that the mention of animals in communications from Tammy is unusual, is it?
Mention of animals. It happened a few times.
Okay. And in those communications, the range that you used in this thing started around the 27th of July, is that right, of 2019?
For SMS messages,
Yes.
particularly? Yes. So the range of the SMS messages on the device was July through October. So yes.
So July of 2019 through October, the middle of October of 2019, correct?
Correct.
2.5 months.
It's about 4 months.
End of July, August, September, middle of October, right?
Yes. So
where's 4 months come from?
well, I think that the messages on the device started in mid-July. So if I was counting July,
Oh, I see. I see. But your date of evaluation started on the 27th of July, correct?
the date the very first SMS message appeared appearing on the phone.
No, the date, the range of your evaluation of the phone started on the 27th of July of 2019 and ended on approximately the 17th or 18th of October. Is that right?
That's for the outgoing communications on the device ended on the 18th of October.
Right.
There were some messages after that.
But the range of what you're talking about and testifying about is the range we just discussed, the July through October. Is that right?
That's right.
And the evaluation that you're presenting to this jury is that in that 2.5 month period, this was a lengthy SMS message. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But you didn't look at, do you have an idea of how long Chad and Tammy Daybell were married?
Quite some time. I couldn't give you an exact date.
It was a significant length, wasn't it? You didn't evaluate their history of 30 years of marriage on their SMS communications, did you?
No, I did not.
In fact, you didn't even evaluate the SMS messages from May, June, and the first half of July of 2019 during this range either, did you?
They were not on the device, so no.
Okay. So you really can't say, all you can say is that in this specific 2.5 month period, you found this to be a generally, and that's was your term, right? Generally longer than some of the others, correct?
So generally speaking, their messages between the two of them were shorter and dealt with everyday affairs, everyday matters. And this message stood out because it was longer and more detailed than all of the rest that were on the device.
And did you have an occasion to look at any other devices that Tammy Daybell may have had as part of your investigation?
No.
Were you aware as part of your investigation that Tammy Daybell had communicated with her children about this very incident, about locating and finding raccoons?
This
Your
very
Honor, I'm going to
incident-
object. That misstates prior testimony.
Sustained.
Do you have any indication or information as part of your investigation that Mark Daybell and Tammy Daybell discussed wildlife during a communication?
From my review of this device, no, I do not have knowledge of that.
Okay. And you didn't look beyond this device. You're speaking specifically about this device, and you're not speaking about any other communication that may have occurred discussing wildlife or raccoons or skunks, right?
Correct. And on this device,
Okay.
that's what I'm speaking to.
Okay. And again, the phone number for, just so we have a clear record for Tammy Daybell was what number?
The phone number for Tammy Daybell was 801-669-4368.
Thank you. That's all I have, Judge. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Wood, any redirect?
Just very brief. You were asked how long the Daybells were married, or Chad and Tammy Daybell were married. You weren't provided with devices for the entire length of their marriage, correct?
No, I was not.
And you were asked about the length of this message, and part of what stood out to you was the length of this message.
That's correct.
Okay. And again, this message is what this message caught your attention because of the content and the date about burying an animal in the pet cemetery.
Judge asked and answered.
Overruled.
That's correct.
No further questions.
Thank you. All right, that'll conclude the testimony then of Intelligence Analyst Dean. And we will ask, at this point, I'll just inquire if he may be recalled. Is the state intending to recall the witness?
Your Honor, we're not planning on it. We have been just as a matter of course, not releasing law enforcement from subpoenas just in case, but so we wouldn't release them at this time.
All right, so, Mr. Dean, then with that being said, because of the court's exclusionary order, I'll direct you not to observe or watch any continuing trial testimony in the case or discuss with anyone else any testimony they give in the case. With that, you can go ahead and be excused. Thank you for testifying. And the state can call its next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state calls Janet Anderson.
Swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God. Thank you.
Mr. Wixom, again, do you believe the exclusionary order would apply to this witness?
I believe it would, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson, then having been sworn, I'm just going to ask, have you watched any of the trial online or from any other source or observed any of it in here?
No,
Okay. Have you talked to anyone else about testimony they've given in their trial?
no.
Very well. Mr. Wixom, if you'd like to inquire on direct, you may.
Thank you, Judge. Ma'am, will you please state and spell your full name for the record?
Janet Anderson, Janet Andersen.
Thank you. And where do you live?
I live in St. Charles, Idaho,
And where is that?
by Bear Lake.
Where did you live 5 years ago?
I lived in Lyman, Rexburg area.
When you lived in Rexburg, what type of work did you do?
I was the secretary at Central Elementary in Sugar City,
How long did you work in that job?
15 years.
Do you recall working with the Tammy Daybell?
Yes.
Can you recall which years you remember working with her?
She started in 2017 and she died in 2019.
Could you describe for the jury what kind of working interactions did you have with Tammy?
I saw Tammy every day, multiple times a day. She was in the library and I would have to go down, deliver notes to the students or take her books to get checked in. Just different handouts we'd have to hand out. So I'd be in her library 2 or 3 times a day, every day.
Would she have occasion to come to the office where you worked?
Yes, lots of times.
Were there any other duties that you had that you shared with Tammy?
Nope.
I want you the best you can. Can you tell the jury what your perception was of Tammy, her personality and demeanor, just generally speaking?
She was easy to get along with. She was very quick to get her duties done. She was very efficient, organized. She was easy to talk to, and she didn't ever have anything bad to say to anybody. And she was a friendly person. She's friends to everybody. Everybody loved Tammy.
How often did you have interaction with her? Was it every day?
Every day. Mhm.
And with respect to her attendance at work, do you recall, was she someone who called in sick or missed work?
I don't
Judge, I'm going to
remember her-
object unless there's some additional foundation.
Overruled.
You may answer.
I don't remember any days of getting a substitute for her. She just wasn't ever sick. She never had a cough or a sniffle or a limp or anything that I noticed.
Okay. Was Tammy ever one to complain of her health or talk about her health?
No,
At any point in time, let me withdraw that. Thinking back to just the last few weeks before she passed, did you ever notice anything about her and her health?
no, she was very energetic. Like I said, she was the Energizer Bunny. She just was everywhere and got everything done she needed to. And
Would you mind elaborating on that for the jury? When you use the word Energizer Bunny, what do you mean by that?
she just never quit. She was always where she needed to be. She had multiple jobs. She was lunchroom duty. She was computer lab, librarian, recess duty. She was always quick to get to wherever she needed to be. She didn't talk very much, stop and visit very much. And if it was brief, and then she went to where she needed to be.
How did you first learn of her passing?
Mr. Garner called me Saturday morning.
And other than possibly grief, what was your reaction to that news?
I thought, how could this be? I just barely saw her Friday at 3:30, 3:45. She was happy. She was healthy. She was laughing about curtains she'd had to put up in the computer lab so the kids would quit knocking on the door to say hi to her. And it was just really quite a shock. I didn't know how it could happen.
When you talk about this, her stopping or putting up curtains, did you have a specific interaction with her regarding that?
Yeah, she stopped at the office on their way out. Her and Emma stopped at the office and told me about what they were doing in the computer lab to put up the curtains, and they were laughing about it, how it's so funny that the kids had to say hi when they just barely saw her an hour before, but they'd have to knock on the window and say hi to her, and they thought that was really funny. Tammy had quite an interesting sense of humor. I loved it. She was happy most of the time about lots of things.
Thinking about that interaction with the curtains, when did that occur relative to her death?
That was at 3:45 on Friday. And I guess she passed away that night or morning.
So as you recall, you last saw Tammy at 3:45 the night before she passed?
Yes.
When you had this interaction with her about the curtains, did she appear sick at all to you?
Nope.
Did you make any other observations about her health?
She was just normal, healthy all the time.
Did she have any appearance of having had a hard work day, tired, anything like that?
Actually, no. She seemed like she had energy no matter what time of the day it was, morning or evening or whenever I saw her. She just was always on the go.
And then just last question, over the last few months before she passed, did you happen to notice whether or not she'd gained or lost any weight?
I don't think she gained or lost any weight. She looked the same. She walked the same. She was always really fast walking to wherever she had to go. In my office, I would see all the halls. And so I could see people coming and going wherever they went. And they put me in that spot so I could. So I saw Tammy a lot, but she was just always on the go where she needed to be.
Thank you. Your Honor, I have no more questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wixom. Cross-examination, Mr. Pryor.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Anderson, do you have a recollection of being interviewed by Officer Mattingly?
Who's that?
One of the police officers who conducted the investigation in this case and interviewed you?
Well, somebody came to the office and made me write down a report, but I don't remember his name.
Okay. And do you remember as part of that report, you mentioned that Tammy Daybell was somebody who kept to herself?
She kept to herself in the way that she got her job done. Like I
Okay.
said, she didn't stop and talk to very many people for very long. So
Okay, so when you say she kept to herself, it was in her, and I don't want to suggest that it was a shy manner, but she kept her personal business to herself. Would that be fair?
well, she never said much personal things to me, so that's probably why.
Yep. In fact, she never said anything about her health to you, did she?
Never.
In fact, the one person that you would identify who would probably be her confidant at the school would be her own daughter, Emma. Would you agree with that?
I don't agree with that.
Okay. Why not?
I think she had lots of friends. She talked to lots of people, and there could have been a time when she would have said something to one of the other staff members.
And despite the fact that she had a tendency to keep to herself, according to you, you're telling me now that she must have talked to other members but you don't really know that, do you?
Objection, argumentative, Your Honor.
Overruled.
You don't know that, do you, ma'am?
I don't.
Okay. But you do know that her daughter worked at the same school with her, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And would you say it's fair to say that her daughter, that they spent a lot of time together when they had downtime at school?
No, I don't think they did.
Okay. Now, on the day that you're describing and the day that the Friday, the last day of school that Tammy was there, do you remember the efforts that were being undertaken by Tammy to prepare for the book fair that day?
Yes,
Okay, and there was a book fair that was scheduled, correct?
correct.
And you would agree with me that that required a lot of moving of books and a lot of hustle and bustle that day, right?
Objection, counsel's testifying, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Was it a significant endeavor to prepare for that book fair?
I think so. I didn't really look at people when they did that, but I probably was.
So when
Yeah.
you're saying that you didn't observe, you didn't actually observe Tammy on that day preparing for this book fair, is that right?
Actually, the book fair wasn't that day. It was the next week.
Okay.
So there wouldn't have been a lot of quick work. I imagine she got things organized and sort of got ready for it, but I don't think there was a lot of extra work that would have had to be done on that Friday.
But you're not aware of, you didn't have any specific recollection of seeing Tammy doing anything particular in regards to the book fair, is that right?
No,
Okay. But you don't know one way or the other, you're just speculating, wouldn't that be fair?
that would be fair. yeah.
Okay, thank you, Judge. I have nothing else.
All right. Any redirect, Mr. Wixom?
No, Your Honor.
All right, that'll conclude your testimony then, Ms. Anderson. Are we going to anticipate she may be recalled?
The state would excuse her, Judge.
From the bench?
Judge, I don't anticipate calling her either. I would excuse her as well. Thank you.
Okay, you can be excused. Thank you for appearing. State can call its next witness.
State would call Tammy Gee.
solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do.
Okay, thank you.
All right, before the witness testifies, let me just inquire now that you've been placed under oath, Ms. Key. Have you watched any of this trial online or observed any of the trial testimony here in the courtroom or otherwise?
No,
Thank you. Have you talked to anyone else about testimony they've given in this trial?
no.
Okay, thank you. With that then, Ms. Beatty, if you'd like to inquire on direct, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Gee, could you please state your full name and then spell your last?
Yes, my name is Tammy Gee, G like in good, E-E.
Do you prefer to go by Tammy or Mrs. Gee or Ms. Gee?
You can just call me Tammy.
Okay, that sounds great. Can you tell me where you work?
I work at Central Elementary in Sugar City, Idaho.
How long have you worked there?
I have worked there for this year will be 14 years.
And what is your job title there?
I teach kindergarten.
Have you taught kindergarten the entire time you've worked at the school?
No, actually, I taught third grade for 3 years, and then I have taught kindergarten the rest of my stay there.
And in 2019, were you teaching kindergarten?
Yes, I was.
I want to talk to you about someone named Tammy Daybell. Do
Yes.
you know her or do
Yes.
you know her?
Yes.
How did you know Tammy Daybell?
She was the librarian at our school.
And how long did you and Tammy Daybell work together?
From the time she was hired on until her passing.
And do you know about how many years or months that would be?
I would say that was about 3 years.
Okay. And at some point in time, did you learn that Tammy Daybell had passed away?
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk to you about the very last time that you ever saw Tammy Daybell. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
Yes. It was the day before her passing after school.
Can you tell me about what time you spoke to her during the day?
I spoke to her at about 3:20, between 3:20 and 3:30 is usually when I get back from duty. And I spoke to her then about one of my students.
Do you remember her demeanor during the conversation?
Yes, she was very animated. She was very friendly and kind.
Did you make any observations about what her health was?
Um, uh, I didn't see any health issues. We talked just like I would on a regular day.
How would you describe her energy level?
Great.
And at some point in time the next day, did you receive a phone call?
Actually, our principal texted us all, and yes, we heard it the next morning.
What was your reaction?
I was shocked. I was shocked. Shocked.
And why were you shocked?
I had just talked to her the day before about one of my students and how we were going to help him. And I didn't see any indication that she was sick.
Okay. I have no further questions for this witness.
All right, thank you, Ms. Beatty. Cross-examination, Mr. Pryor.
Good afternoon, Ms. Gee.
Good afternoon.
Do you recall on that Friday if there were, are you aware of any preparations that were being done to prepare for a book fair the following week?
Not that I know of.
Okay,
Not that I remember.
okay. And would you agree that Tammy was a bit of a private person, and in terms of her personal life, she tended to keep to herself?
Not really, but not really. I
Okay.
wouldn't say that.
Judge, I have nothing else.
All right, thank you.
And Your Honor, I have nothing further for this witness and she may be excused from her subpoena.
All right, unless there's any objection from the defense, you may be excused from your subpoena. Thank you for appearing and providing your testimony this afternoon.
Thank you.
You're welcome. State can call its next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would call Pam Peebles.
Or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
All right, before we inquire on direct, I'll just ask the witness, have you observed or watched in any way any of the trial testimony that's taken place in this case?
No.
Okay, have you talked to anyone else about testimony they've given?
No.
Very well, you can inquire on direct, Mr. Wicks.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, will you please state and spell your full name for the record?
Pamela Peebles, Pamela Peebles.
And ma'am, where is it that you live?
I live in Rigby, Idaho.
And where do you work?
I work at Central Elementary in Sugar City, Idaho.
What do you do there?
I'm a Title I teacher.
What is that?
We help children that are not on grade level in their reading. We just kind of help them to get their reading up to grade level.
How long have you done that?
Probably around 14 or 15 years.
As a Title I teacher, did you have and do you have regular interaction with the library?
Somewhat, if I'm out in the hall or whatever, and I go there to get books frequently.
I want to draw your attention back to 2019. Do you recall working with Tammy Daybell?
Yes.
And the best you can recall, how many years or how long did you work with her?
Probably a couple, 2 to 3 years.
Could you just describe for the jury your day-to-day interactions with Tammy? What would those be?
I would see her around the school every day because she was running around doing her library and computer stuff with the children. So I would interact with her every day, and sometimes she would come in our room, but mostly I was out at recess duty twice a week with her for a half hour each time.
What did recess duty entail?
So we were just out there to ensure the safety of the children. And Tammy would be able to run around with them and interact with them. She knew each child by name, in all of them in the school. She loved the children and they loved her very much. So she would interact with them a lot. And it was a joy to watch her. And she was a good friend as well as a coworker.
As you sit there and reflect back on what you were trying to explain about recess, would you say that's an active, physically active duty?
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. It's becoming leading.
Sustained.
Did you get a chance to watch her during those 30-minute sessions of recess?
Yes.
And specifically, what would she do? What would you observe her to do?
Well, she would engage with the children with their playtime, and she would make sure that they were okay. And she was very involved with the children.
Okay. How did you first learn of Tammy's passing?
One of the teachers that I work under let us know that she had passed away.
And other than perhaps grief, what was your reaction?
Judge, I'm going to object.
Grounds?
Judge, it's argumentative.
Overruled.
What was your reaction when you learned of her death?
Mostly surprise.
Why?
Well, because I was with her on Thursday at recess duty, watching her with the children and speaking with her like we always did. And I saw nothing wrong with her. So I was shocked.
To that point, thinking to your interactions with her day-to-day at work, did you make observations that you had a perception of her health?
Well, I thought she was quite healthy. She had been training for a race.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. There's been no foundation for that testimony, and it's a narrative.
Sustained.
Ma'am, did Tammy ever say anything to you about whether or not she was training for a race?
Yes.
Judge,
Go ahead.
When did she say that?
She had said that.
Judge, I'm going to object. It calls for hearsay.
Judge, it goes to her state of her physical well-being under 8033.
Overruled.
When did she tell you that?
She told me that several times, but Thursday we talked about it.
And what specifically did she say about that?
She had told me that she felt like she was in the best health of her life. She had been eating better and losing some weight and training. And she said she felt very good about her health. And we discussed that a little bit.
Based on your observations, was anything about that she was sharing inconsistent, or was that consistent?
It was consistent. She seemed very healthy to me.
Had you personally, just off of observation, noticed whether or not she'd gained or lost any weight in the few months before she passed?
Well, she had lost some, and I was a little jealous of that. So we talked about that a little bit, and she looked good, and she was happy that she felt better and had changed some of her habits and stuff.
Thank you, ma'am. Your Honor, I have no more questions.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Wixom. Cross-examination, Mr. Pryor.
Judge, I don't have any questions.
Very well. That'll conclude your testimony then. Any reason why the witness can't be excused from the subpoena?
We would excuse her, Your Honor.
Very well. Thank you for appearing and testifying. You are excused.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, we discussed scheduling here with council in that sidebar. We are going to go ahead and conclude for the day since they are doing this courthouse maintenance this afternoon just behind the courtroom here. We are intending to just have a regular scheduled day tomorrow of 8:30 till 3 or 3:30, depending on when we break for the weekend tomorrow. So that concludes evidence for today. There is another brief issue I'll take up on the record outside the presence of the jurors once they've been excused from the courtroom, if counsel will remain for a moment. And so I will go ahead and give the counsel your instruction I give you each day as you go home. Please don't discuss the case or any of the evidence amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Please don't investigate or look the case up in any way, and we'll have you fill out your affirmations tomorrow that you followed that instruction. Thank you for your attendance today, and we will see you tomorrow morning for.
All right.
Evidence. Thank you. Please be seated. All right, the court just wanted to clarify something on the record as it goes towards exhibits. When the case started for trial, I raised a concern with counsel about some of the markings, which in law terms we refer to as bait stamps on state's exhibits, referencing vallow / Daybell with page numbers or potentially a case number or something. I think they're just page numbered that way. When we started trial, I did have a concern about the references to vallow, being that we previously had a separate trial in that case, potentially having some impact if the jurors would or lead to speculation about why that was there. Now that we've gone through significant evidence, I was originally requesting the state and they were redacting that vallow reference from exhibits. At this point, with all the references, I think the parties have agreed in the court also that it doesn't appear there'd be any kind of prejudice or cause for speculation to have those references on exhibits. And so exhibits are now being admitted without that redaction. And one example would be the 234 exhibits, which were admitted today, which have those markings on them, are now unredacted. So that's how the court is handling those exhibits. And I understand the state and defense don't object to that being contained on the exhibits. Is that accurate from the state's perspective,
That is, Your Honor.
from the defense perspective?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, counsel. I just wanted to clarify that on the record for any future reference. Is there anything else we need to take up before we conclude today?
The state needed to take up, at the conclusion of Melanie Pulowski's testimony, the state had indicated that we were requesting she still be held under subpoena. The state at this point is releasing her from her subpoena.
Okay. Do you intend to potentially recall her?
No, Judge.
All right. Well, you can advise her then that she's released from subpoena and watch the trial if she wants to. Okay. Thanks, everyone. In
Judge,
attendance
just a
today.
quick sidebar after we're
Okay.
done.
We can take a sidebar as well, and I'll discuss on or off the record, Mr. Pryor.
Off the record in the sidebar, Judge.
Okay. Thank you. We'll be concluded for today then. Thanks, everyone.
All rise.
Oh my Lord, right? I was like, that's okay. Mel P is probably watching. So you're released. Anyways. Oh, man. Okay. Well, I'm hanging a shelf and I had to turn the air conditioner off so I could talk on here. And I'm sweating. So I'm just saying you're not missing anything on this side of the camera. So I finished hanging that damn shelf though. But a new day tomorrow. Hopefully a full day. Hopefully a full freaking day. Right. I agree, Karen. I agree. Let's see. Conclusion. How about a tip? Like my dad used to tell me, go fishing on a cloudy day. Just kidding. And I just kidding. That was a coincidence. That's it though. But so a couple of y'all have told us about how there's a video posted by KJ in the Ray. So I'm gonna fly over there and check that out. I hope you do too. And our prayers and love are going out to all the people affected by the storms, the God storms, not Chad storms, for heaven's sake. Anyways, it's terrible. And, we have a lot of life problems, but the good thing about tragedy, I hate to say this, not unfortunately, but the good thing about tragedy is it really gives you a chance to see the goodness in humanity. That's so powerful too. So everybody, send loving thoughts and good vibes, good wishes, prayers, whatever your choice is, and good vibrations for I'm just saying good vibrations, right? And love always wins. You guys are proof of this. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye, Donna. Bye, mods. Thank you if you all that send a super chat. I'm sorry, my brain's mush. And we'll see you tomorrow morning. Same time, same place. Bye, guys.